How we doing? I'm not sure what's going on. We've got some really loud stuff going on for some reason. Yeah, game's coming out. Game and web source is coming out super loud for some reason. And I don't know what to make of that. I don't remember changing anything. What the fuck happened? Maybe I should restart my sound interface in the middle of everything right now. Surely that will not ruin stuff. Is the sound all right at its current level? It loud? Shit. Okay, let's just restart everything and hope. What? Okay, nope, it's still how it is, I guess. Don't know why. Volume mixer. Correct. I have no fucking clue. Test the other sounds real quick. They don't kill everybody. Okay, that's external to my whatever the fuck, so. See, my microphone is maxed out, and it's only kind of hitting into the like danger zone, I feel, of of being too loud to be pleasant. But I have the game and like my web source sounds all the way down basically. And it's still like at the same level, and it didn't used to be like that. So I don't know what the fuck is making that happen. Didn't change any settings anywhere. Like, I have limiters installed on some of this shit. The fuck is it maxing out? Yeah, that's getting loud. What the fuck is happening? Why is it doing that? I don't understand. If I switch it to the specific device, will that unfuck it? No. I don't understand. I don't understand at all. Hello, Roto. Hope the sound is acceptable. Trying to figure out what the fuck is wrong. Because everything's super loud today for no reason. But only in OBS. Can I just restart OBS and hope that fixes it? Can I just go on with it? Since I've kind of got it fixed. Do I sound alright, y'all? Fine to me? Okay. Well, there's that at least. And the game is currently alright? Okay. Fuck it. Gonna level my sinners up some more, and then we'll roll with it. Pretty sure we're running a bit low on the levels. Good enough for now. Okay. I am going to run to the bathroom very briefly. I'm so fucking confused by this. Anyway. Hello, Possum. How are you doing? Apologies for that. I had to run to the bathroom. But good now. Y'all let me know if the audio situation changes at all. I'm really weirded out by it. Max out the monitor volume. It'll be alright. So, we have a Pathfinder makeup sesh coming up, but we'll chill with me until then. Sounds good, buddy. I hope you have a good round of Pathfinder when that comes up. But for now, Hell Train. Man, this place is huge. That was my first impression of the Warp Train Station. Don Quixote shouted vibrantly, immediately recovered from her previous apprehension of the sheer possibility that she might be separated from Rocinante. So each nest has one of these massive structures in them?
나라고 알겠냐? 어이, 아는 거 있어?
Were they? Heathcliff asked, gesturing towards Merceau with his chin.
모든 어프 열차 승강장은 그 둥지의 특징과 걸맞는 조형과 건축으로 도시 내에서도 유명하다. 승강장의 모습 그 자체로도 도시 명물 중 하나라고 칭송하는 이도 적지 않지.
I have no idea when it happened, but Heathcliff started treating Merceau like a walking encyclopedia from time to time.
메르소군! 메르소군! 저자는 서부에서 온 해결사가 맞는가?
아니다. 저자의 복장은 가죽 재질과 금속 재방어구가 아니라 원단으로 만들어졌군. 저런 직물 스타일은 남북을 따지지 않지만 서부에서는 보기 드문 동부의 복식이기에.
조금만 천천히 불러주시오. 메모를 해야 하니. 그럼 북부는 추운 날씨 탓에 펑퍼짐한 패션을 하고 있다고 잡지에서 보긴 했네만.
그것은 바로 코앞에 있는 자를 관찰해 보면 알 수 있다.
Oh no. Why does that motherfucker got 4 arms? 3 seconds of screaming duet, one of utter fascination, the other of unmitigated frustration.
뭐야? 귀가 멀어버릴 뻔했잖아.
우리도 마찬가지였거든.
나는 고막 가창음악대를 넓혀놨다고. 정신 나갈 뻔했네. 워프 열차 처음 타보는 놈들처럼.
What's up, Io?
막고 있는
Glad you're
거야.
still here, girl. Hope you're doing alright. Hope you're hanging in there.
그것도 언제 왔는데.
Thank you for 37 months of resub.
진 않나? 처음 타보는 거?
Romantic, so take that as I will.
워프 열차 왕복권은 내 탑이었다고.
It is what it is, you know. You just kind of gotta deal with it as that comes.
조심해. 그렇게 무기를 든 채로 팔 4개를 붕붕 흔들면
혹시 그대의 옷차림에 대해 조금 더 자세히 관찰해봐도
God damn it,
괜찮겠는가?
Dawn. Why must you cause trouble forever?
보지로! 이왕이면 5분 정도만 가만히.
미쳤냐?
The fixer, with a particularly impressive set of prosthetic arms, spent a few minutes venting several of his numerous grievances at us before storming off to a different platform.
역시 도시는 넓고 특이한 자들은 많군.
There sure is a
저 사람도 똑같이
great breadth of
생각했을걸요.
people. Yes.
전신이 의체인 사람은 역시
I too would be upset
도시엔 흔한 걸까요?
if I was suddenly accosted by Don Quixote. That's when Virgilia slowly walked up to our group,
도착해서 만나도록 하지.
bro having a reasonable reaction.
붉은 시선께서는 함께 하시지 않은 것이요?
W사의 정책상 색을 부여받은 자는 별도로 마련된 열차를 사용해야 한다더군.
1등석에도 1등석이 있는 거야?
어딜 가나 특색은 날개 차원에서 특별 대우를 해주나 보네요.
하루는 돌아가고 싶어. 루피, 외로울 거야.
Considering what we were told about the trains before, I'm pretty sure those passenger cars for the color grade fixtures need to be specially built to contain whatever intensely destructive horseshit they can pull out should they, for whatever reason, go insane as a result of the mechanics of the trains functioning.
서로 맛이 다른 사탕을 3번이나 사주면서도 말하지 않았나? 화물칸에는 사람을 실을 수 없다, 카론. 그럼 파우스트 씨,
네,
Vergilius, after exchanging a knowing look and nod with Faust, escorted the particularly peeved Karen away.
단테. 저희는 이쪽으로.
We followed Faust's guidance to the entrance of our train car. Make sure they absolutely don't go insane. That would probably also be a good thing to
또 좀
do.
돌아오는 걸?
But even
그리고
having the potentiality
이게
of
말로
it, you
만들던
probably gotta
웰컴
be
푸드
prepared
앤
for it.
드링크. 아 그래 한두 푼도 아닌데 이런 것쯤은 있어줘야지.
General response to this room was surprise at the rows upon rows of expensive-looking, sizable capsules. Flash freeze hibernation, huh? I guess it literally freezes our bodies in a flash? Yeah, Dante. That's why it's named that. Faust, are these things safe?
안전이라는 말씀은
That's not very helpful, Faust. These things are supposed to freeze a solid, right? Can we really come back from that?
일시적인 사망 상태에 이르는 것은 맞지만 세포가 손상될 새도 없이 동결하는 것이니까요. 일반적으로는 문제 없습니다.
The hell
동결 시에 발생하는
experiences for
밀도의
the
증가가
pores.
수분 결정이 날카로워져 세포를 훼손하는 문제도 이 모델은 전부 해결한 것으로 파우스트는 알고 있답니다.
I missed about half of what you said, but your point is that it's safe, right? We're good?
적어도 파우스트가 알고 있는 선에서는 그렇습니다. 혹여 문제가 있더라도 결국 도착 시에는 원점으로 돌아오니 문제가 없는 것과 다르지 않겠죠.
Rad.
야, 안전하다는 걸 저렇게 길게 말하는 것도 재주다, 재주.
네, 파우스트는 모든 방면에서 재주가 있으니까요.
You motherfuckers. Okay, but that still leaves a lot to be worried about, just as I was wondering. However, I realized that there was something odd about the way she phrased that answer. As far as Faust is aware, are you saying that it could be wrong?
파우스트는 대체로 틀리지 않습니다.
You wonder what level of warp
하지만
train ticket Kathy bought
신도
for
아니죠.
her brother? You know,
파우스트가 아직
he
구하지 못한
probably deserves
정보도
the hell
세상에
experience a little
존재합니다.
bit.
그렇기 때문에 사실은 말할 수 있어도 진실과는 어긋날 수
I
있는 것이죠.
imagine he got first class though.
그래도 1등석이 좋긴 좋네. 피사 정도면 북부 끝자락에 있는 지역인데 눈을 감았다가 뜨면 도착이라니.
준비되었는가, 로시나테오? 이제부터 길고 긴 야정이 시작되는 걸세. 그러고 보니까 돈키호테, 그 신발 빨긴 하는 거야?
Where'd that come from, Rhodia?
아니, 생각해보니까 우리 그 고래 뱃속에서 한참 갇혀 있었을 때 기억나? 그 고래가 터지면서
Yeah.
온갖 찌꺼기들이 다 묻었었잖아. 옷이랑 신발 할 거 없이.
Yeah, you make a fair point.
그랬죠.
그래서 우리 그 살점이랑 피 같은 옷들 세탁하느라 고생 좀 했었고.
I'd rather not remember if you'd
별로 유쾌한
kindly not bring it up again.
그랬었죠.
그때 돈키호테
I'm with
혼자 저
I'm
운동화를
with
끝까지
Fishmail
안
on this
벗고
one.
버티고 있었다니까.
듣고 보니 좀 꼬질해 보이긴 하네요.
자네들 자신의 애마를 품 안에서 함부로 떼어놓는 기사를 본 적이 있는가?
기사 자체를 본 적이 없는데.
그렇다면 이제라도 보고 듣고 기억해 두시게.
저자들은 단 한순간도 조용히 있는 법이 없군.
우와. 그런데 오티스 씨도 이런 곳에 와보신 적이 있나 봐요?
뭐 옛날에는 이런 비슷한 VIP 좌석을 제공받고는 했지. 유난 떨 필요는 없다.
Otis, who was sitting there and shaking her leg, suddenly asked Faust a question.
어이, 1등석에는 한 번도 사고가 난 적 없었던 거 확실하겠지?
여러분의 불안감 조성을 방지하기 위해 워프 열차에서 일어났던 사고에 대한 기록들은 열거하지 않겠습니다.
That doesn't help. That doesn't help, Faust. That makes it worse. Oh shit. Is that the fasten seatbelts button? Beep. You gotta get in our pods and shit.
PW612 워프 열차 곧 탑승 수속을 마감합니다.
The sinners, who were either leisurely enjoying their complimentary snacks or taking a look around the first-class car, suddenly became a lot busier.
그럼 너무 늦기 전에 캡슐에 들어가도록 하죠.
Yeah, probably a good idea. Why isn't this? The other sinners made it into their capsules, no problem, but I felt like I was the only one who was fumbling.
긴장하셨나요, 단테?
Yeah, probably.
워프 10분 전.
Oh god.
제가 돕도록 하죠. 우선 내부에 기댄다는 느낌으로 서신 뒤
Stand as though I am laying back. Faust expertly guided me into the capsule as though she'd done something like this before. Then press the button inside the thing.
금방 다시 보게 될
Fucking-
겁니다, 단테.
Hold on. I thought I heard a brief sigh, but the hat shut tightly before I could ask her anything. Everybody else being kind of normal about it, and then there's Don. Glorious Don Quixote. Always being a fucking clown. I can hear the noise she was making as she got froze. I can hear it. I know exactly what the fuck sound was coming out of her.
우리 열차는 이제 워프하겠습니다. 좌석 벨트가 단단히 메어졌는지 다시 한번 확인 부탁드립니다.
The last thing I saw before my capsule began to fill with gas was Faust climbing into her own capsule opposite of mine. Little did I know back then. It was about to get a little bit fucking crazy. What she really meant by "we will meet again in but a moment."
단테, 일어나야 합니다. 단테,
But one thing I knew for sure was,
상정 외의 상황입니다.
that something had seriously gone wrong. Do things ever go smoothly with this team? How many days of going smoothly do you think they have that they just don't show us? Well, we're here already? Wow, I guess that wasn't an exaggeration at all. It really happened in the blink of an eye. As always, Faust was giving me her usual look, which was a complete lack of any emotive response or expression. Which I suppose is why it didn't immediately register that something had gone awry. Once I finally came to and had some time to digest that odd reply, I looked up at her face once again and realized that her expression was more antsy than usual by a microscopically minuscule degree. So the train is still running?
그렇습니다.
Then where are we?
어디인지 알 수 없는 좌표의 차원 어딘가를 표류하고 있.
I took a reflexive, deep breath from the sheer horror of the numerous implications stuffed into that dryly delivered sentence. When that passed, the first thing that struck my mind was that we were about to suffer the very same thing that we were so worried about. I see. But I soon found myself calming down. Yeah, this had to be part of Faust's plan. She probably saw this coming from a mile away. I'm sure she's about to proudly tell me every little detail of her plan that will help us out of this situation. But this is all just part of the plan, right, Faust? Right? That was an unusually long silence from her.
절반은 맞고 절반은 틀립니다.
With that, Faust left me to flounder in the chaotic stream of vaguely terrifying information as she began stopping by each capsule to wake the other sinners. She is really bad at assuaging any worries at all.
벌써 도착한 거야?
Hey,
진짜
Doc
눈
Greg.
감았다가 뜨면
Ugh, why the fuck? I really need to stop being a dumb shit and go to bed on time tonight. I've said that for like 4 streams in a row, probably more than that, but Jesus Christ.
아닙니다.
뭐야. 진짜 도착한 거야?
Literally everybody!
아닙니다.
Everybody says, whoa, we're here already?
도착한
Faust
거예요?
just hits him with a no and moves
겁먹을 필요가
on.
전혀 없.
아닙니다. 아닙니다.
She has sensed a pattern.
말도 안 했네만.
There was a brief cheer, a little hurrah about regaining our colors, followed by a flat-toned explanation of our current predicament, which was then followed by a long, loaded silence, which was a sequence of events I had the pleasure of watching play out on about 10 consecutive occasions.
단테, 혼란스럽겠지만 우선 지금의 상황을 다시 한번 설명해야만 할 것 같습니다.
Yeah, it would be nice if you'd actually fucking tell me something for once, Faust. Which brings us to our current existence.
지금 이 열차는 아직도 운행 중이고
우리는 어딘지도 모를 차원을 떠돌고 있다는 거냐?
그건 뭔가 멋있게 들리는 건.
제일 중요한 건 이 모든 상황이 벌어질 걸 파우스트, 당신은 처음부터 알고 있었다는 거고.
그렇습니다.
뭐 하자는 거야, 당신?
Greg with the reasonable questions once again. The sinners each begin to voice their anger. Of course, this wasn't the first time Faust and Virgilius intentionally and knowingly omitted certain details about what's to come.
이게 말이 된다고 생각해? 여긴 계획이 틀어졌다고 문 열고 도망갈 수 있는 공간도 아니잖아.
문을 연다 하여도 수천 내로 몸이 산산조각 날 것이다.
그래도 파우, 앞으로 어떻게 할지 정도는 다 계획해 둔 거지? 그렇지? 그렇지?
Oh god. Faust, whom I had rarely ever seen at a loss for words, was unusually slow to respond.
뭐야? 저 왜 저렇게 얼빠진 모습인데?
He gives me a sideways glance. There must be something she can't discuss in front of the sinners. Guys, let's hold on a sec. He said that something unexpected's happened. The other sinners' anger was completely understandable, but it also makes sense that this continued lack of communication was harming our trust in Faust. Alright, we're gonna go over the situation from the start. Got it? But just letting things play out might really turn everyone against Faust, and for good. which is bad in the long run. Besides, I doubt Faust woke us up in the middle of the trip just to spite us. First things first, gotta get the sinners to calm down. Then I'll ask Faust to tell us what happened. If there's a problem, we'll figure it out and deal with it as we move along. Tell us what's going on, Faust. All of it, in a way that we can all understand. Let's hear her out first. Motherfuckers.
당신이 그렇게 정하셨다면요. 따라가도록 할게요.
왜? 화만 내서 해결된 일이 별로 없긴 했지.
Oh.
감사합니다. 그럼
After some time, the gist of Faust's explanation was as follows. Cause of this issue, as always, involved a certain contract and a unilateral decision from the higher-ups of Limbus Company. W Corp, having caught wind of Limbus Company's recent distortion contract management promotions, decided to contract us to deal with a mysterious, repeated series of incidents suspected to have been caused by a distortion. After multiple failed attempts to resolve it on their own, of course.
뒤틀림 현상 자체는
We never get
문제가
the easy
없었을
shit.
겁니다. 저희가 가진 정보와 일치한다면 워프 열차가 도착하는 대로 그 뒤틀림은 W사의 처치를 받아 승객으로 돌아갔을 테니까요. 하지만
The real issue was that the passengers were disappearing.
사라진다니? 이 열차에서는 그러고 싶어도 그럴 수 없지 않은가?
그 부분을 포함하여 저희가 이유와 결과를 알아내야 하겠죠.
Did W Corp share anything to get us started, or they just said, "Hey, here's a problem. Go
점이
fucking fix it, you
이번
shits"?
오해를 만든 가장 중요한 부분인 것 같군요.
He explained that W Corp refused to share anything about the trains because they were concerned about disclosing their fucking singularity. As always, probably why they sought out an upstart business like Limbus Company to deal with this, now that I think about it. We wouldn't even know where to start if we didn't have access to the information that the identity cards had to offer. Faust produced what appeared to be a key card with the W Corp logo on it,
대신
continuing.
이 동면 캡슐을 언제든지 여닫을 수 있는 마스터 카드키를 받았으니 의뢰를 해결하면 저희는 메피스토 팰리스에서 이야기했던 대로 동면 캡슐로 돌아가 안전하게 도착할 수 있겠죠.
I see.
날개라는 건 왜 하나같이 이 모양인 건지.
Not relying on W Corp uptight stories, lol.
중요한 단서는 전부
I don't even
감추고
have any
정답을
W
찾아오라고
Corp
하는 건 좀
IDs, I
불친절한
don't
것 같네요. 적어도 T사에서는 멋진 배지도 주고 대표님이 조수로 따라와서 이것저것 설명해 주셨는데 말이에요.
파우스트 씨도 마음고생이 많으셨을 것 같아요.
Faust and Virgilius get a bad rap, I feel. Some sinners grew more receptive after her explanations, albeit with a sigh. It's because she's supposed to be the, like, vaguely corporate-aligned mouthpiece,
티 정도는 내줄 수 있었을
along with him.
맞아요. 이해가 아주 안 되는 건 아니지만 파우스트 씨의 행동이 하나하나 감시당하고 있는 건 아니잖아요. 그건
I see. But not everyone was willing to let this go without saying their piece.
다음엔 참고하도록 하죠.
She got a sweat drop on her face, which is weird. Unusual for her. And that's just about all I can do for her. It's an undeniable fact that her actions have disappointed the sinners. This is Faust we're talking about, though. I'm sure she has backup plans to get us out of this situation. One would hope, anyway.
그래서 이제 우리가 어떤 일을 하면 되는 거지?
그래, 뭐 일단 일은 벌어졌으니까 여기서 평생 썩어야 하는 상황은 피한 것 같고.
그 부분을 관리자님과 잠시 상의해 보도록 하겠습니다.
Discuss. but discussing things with other people is very unlike Faust. What are we discussing? Exactly? Miss?
목소리는 낮추는 게 좋을 것 같군요, 단테.
What? Why are we whispering? Her secretive attitude only exacerbated my already battered sense of safety. Fuck, goddammit.
게젤 샤프트. 아니, 파우스트가 연결되지 않습니다.
What? I'm sorry, what do you mean by that?
저는 파우스트의 정보를 열람할 수가 없는 상태입니다.
And just like that, the ominous feeling I had turned out to be right. What the fuck does that mean? What? Huh? Is Faust Court is out. Faust only knows all this shit because she has access to a fucking Discord of all her other selves or some shit? Is that what I'm supposed to be getting out of this? Because if so, that's wild and hilarious. Maybe? I see. Time to steal more
드디어
Kumo.
내 차례냐?
검은 가라도 나를
지위를 받는 건 말뚝을 쑤.
따라가겠어요.
라만 차렌들을 뒤엎는다.
Alright. What do you mean you can't?
말 그대로입니다. 평상시에 얻을 수 있던 파우스트의
Hello,
의견과 정보를
Ace. Hello,
아무것도 얻을
Blader.
수 없다니
Have a sleep at 8
보시죠.
p.m. I too am EP. I did not sleep good, for I am a fool. I let the psychic damage brick control me once again. Oh, what if everything about this situation is something you don't have access to yet? Like you said last time?
그럴 가능성을 배제할 수는 없지만 그것에 대한 것도 확실하지 않습니다.
Faust's answers have always been perfectly accurate and methodical when sharing information. I don't think she's ever said a sentence that was this full of speculation and doubt. Many such cases, a worrying number of cases, to be honest. I gotta figure out a way to stop it somehow. What if? Okay, real quick. I kind of have to have my phone playing things when I go to sleep because I have tinnitus. And it makes it really hard to go to sleep with just bullshit. White noise doesn't do it for me for some reason. So maybe I should get like a speaker that I can plug my phone into somehow, in some way, Bluetooth or otherwise, and then only have the controls for that up with me so I can't actually look at the phone, and I can only play the thing that I'm using to keep myself from going insane so I can actually go to sleep. They remove the ability to look at phone easily. Oh boy, I can't wait to pull Chiono. Oh, Uma, here, have a Rudolph me. That is not the idiot I wanted, but thank you. Yeah, I haven't gotten you either. I haven't really been pulling on horses. So, it is always nice to get one of the characters you were looking for randomly on a gacha when you're pulling for somebody else. But it's always a like bittersweet thanks. This isn't what I was trying to get, but I mean, cool. I was looking for this, just not right now. We getting Kita-san and Mambo in like March? Wait, didn't we already get Kita-san? I thought we did. What the fuck? Interesting. It's nice, still no Pink Princess. I have not run a single fucking career with her since I got her. And I just haven't been playing the game. There's so many gotchas to keep up with. Unfortunately, Horse Game is fun to watch, and I like the characters, and it's interesting. Little side thing, but I have so many Arknights and ZZZs and shit to play. And I have to catch up on fucking Limbus. I'm still trying to catch up on Limbus, but I'm doing good on that. Once Limbus is done, it's just kind of a passive side grind until new story comes out. But once that happens, I'm probably gonna go back to actually like seriously trying to complete both the main story of Arknights, or catch up on the main story of Arknights, and the original Girls Frontline. Because I care about both of those, but I'm not playing either of them on stream. because they kind of suck from a viewer experience, and I really do not want to read all that. I can vaguely kind of justify not reading most of the lines that they put up on the screen for Limbus because they're voice acted, even though they're not voice acted in English, and that means you still have to read it as a stream viewer. But you know, I need to let them have their performance time because they do a really good job. The VAs are fantastic for this game. And I am so glad to be here to experience it while also ruining the tone with my shitty reading. Anyway. And Faust, right now you're
네. 지금은 제가 갖고 있는 지식만을 활용하고 있습니다.
Okay.
원인은 알 수 없습니다. 차원간 이동에 의한 문제 대비는 충분했을 테지만 아마 파우스트는 이런 예측 불가능한 차원과의 연결까지는 상정하지 않았던 것이겠죠. 혹은 상정했다 한들 아직 교차 관측을 하지 못했을지도.
Interesting.
그것도 아니라면 아닙니다. 탑승 직전까지만 해도 파우스트의 연결이 끊기게 된다는 정보는 없었습니다. 솔직하게 말해 부분적인 당혹감을 느끼고 있는 상태입니다.
Alright, I get it for now. Now that changes everything. I recall the last thing I saw before the hatch on the capsule closed, when Faust told me not to worry too much. Okay, this is just a minor setback, nothing we can't beat, right? We've been dealing with weird shit that we couldn't understand the entire time. Began to mutter like I was trying to convince myself. As the manager, my job is to calm everyone down and set their sights on the future, just as Faust did for me immediately before the hatch closed. If you're right about why you were disconnected, then that problem will solve itself once we're off the train, at least. And if we do ever run out of options, I'll just turn the clock and see what happens. Don't stress yourself too much. We still have a lot to work with. Your knowledge, my clock, the sinners, and... I could feel my confidence taking a hit with every word that came out of my metaphorical mouth, but that seemed to be enough for Faust. She nodded.
네, 알겠습니다. 그리고 수감자들에게는 운행 중인 워프 열차에 있다는 것만으로도 충분히 혼란스러워하는 것 같으니 구테어 파우스트의 현재 상태에 대해서는 공유하지 않는 편이 좋을 듯합니다.
뭐야? 그럼 이 열차문을 부숴도 다 뒤진다는 거야?
그러니까
So we're all locked in this one room, basically?
여기서 10억 년 동안
Yeah, that might be best.
그래서 이제 어떻게 하면 되는 거지? 객실을 샅샅이 수색하거나.
Okay, so there's a door to the outside of the train that you board the car directly with, but there's still doors between each car of the train as a unit, like normally, like a normal train thing. Okay.
큰 틀에서는
We're not
맞다고 할 수
in
있겠네요.
one car only. Interesting. Faust cleared the air with a cough before continuing.
우선 이 열차는 운행을 시작한 후 A사 표준 시간을 기준으로 3일 정도 지난 상태입니다. 저는 림버스 컴퍼니와 W사의 계약 내용대로 캡슐에 비치된 마스터 카드 키를 획득하고 3일 뒤에 자동으로 열리게끔 설정했죠.
3일?
3 days.
눈을 감았다가 떴을 뿐인 것 같았는데 동면이란 건 이런 느낌인가 봐요.
이미 알려진 대로 일반 석칸에서 1등 석칸으로 들어올 수 있는 방법은 없기 때문에 이곳은 아무런 변화가 없지만 제 추측과 W사의 부실한 설명을 합쳐보면 일반석은 이미 문제의 상황이 진행 중일 것이라고 생각됩니다.
그 뭐야, 지들끼리 치고받고 싸우다가 팔다리 뜯고 그러는 걸 말하는 거냐?
아니요, 아니겠죠. 사흘 만에 그렇게 되는 것도 쉬운 일이 아닐 뿐더러 그런 상황에 우리를 투입시키지는 않았을 테니까요.
정확합니다. 제가 생각하기에는 아마
잠시만 기다리게.
What thought are we holding?
뭔가 들리지 않는가?
Just as Faust was about to continue, Don Quixote raised her index finger to her lips and signaled her to be quiet.
흠는 아니 두드리는 소리인가?
Oh.
문 너머에.
As Don Quixote kept listening with her ear to the door, an odd expression of half curiosity and half horror appeared on her face.
아무래도 저기에 무슨 파우스트군?
After that very distressful noise, everyone simultaneously turned their heads to look at Faust, who closed her eyes briefly and thought.
잠시 비켜나시죠, 돈키호테. 직접 보고 대응하는 편이 나을 것 같습니다.
With that, she produced the master key card from her pocket and approached the panel installed next to the door.
뭐야, 잠깐! 이 문 열려는 거야?
히스클리프 씨의 평소 조언을 한번 따라보려고 합니다. 고민하기보다 직접 몸으로 부딪히는 편이 때로는 더 나을 수도 있다는 거요.
조언... 틀린 말은 아니지만...
어차피 저도 직접 보지 않으면 아무것도 추론해낼 수 없을 테니까요.
Bleep. After a brief mechanical beep. Monsters. Hideous creatures suddenly crashed through the open door and charged wildly in our direction. Who could have seen that coming? Welcome to Zombie Trade, motherfuckers. Get to fighting. Have we been in the train long enough for people to go insane and start killing each other and merging into a giant mass of horrific meat and shit? Or is this something else entirely?
고귀하게.
Only been 3 days? Yeah, I figured it was a little bit early. This must be the distortion then. Or something else. This music isn't bad, but it's not like hype terrible yet. I think it's just not quite my thing. Definitely not my favorite battle music for an intervallo yet. Kinda.
전부 쳐죽여!
너는 가족이 되기엔 약하고.
이 정도로 나가 겁을 맞대?
Not sure. It's very generic techno so far. My opinion.
파우스트군, 이들은 승객의 모습을 하고 있었지만
Not bad, but it's also just not really anything interesting.
존재하지 않는 자들 같았네.
마치 그 고래에 의해 백화된 것처럼요.
Don Quixote, who hesitated until the last second to raise her weapon against them, hung her head mournfully. Normally, Faust would have told her more information about the monsters before the fight began, and she would not have been burdened by the sheer thought of bringing harm to the innocent. Faust began searching the area closely, observing various bodies in the general area for information.
오늘따라 주위를 많이 돌아보는구려, 파우스트 양.
그러게요. 평소 같았으면 저희가 관찰을 하고 있을 때 결론을 내주시지 않았나요?
Sinners were starting to realize there was something off about Faust's behavior. They might even soon realize that there's something wrong with Faust.
돈키호테, 이들은 죽지 않았습니다. 자세히 보시죠. 파편과 파편 사이에 무언가 이어져 있지 않나요? 이 공간은 시간이 멈춰 있는 것으로 보입니다. 그러니 죽음에 달하는 끊어짐이 발생하지 않고 이어져 있는 것이죠.
To my relief, Faust managed to correctly figure out what's going on like her usual self, even if it took her slightly longer than it usually does. Hey, what did I say? We got this!
뭐라고 했어?
Oh, nothing. Just thought I'd forgotten that not all sinners were content with nodding along to whatever information Faust told us. So...
시간이 멈춰 있더라.
The song grew pensive, seeing that Faust's lips parted for a moment before closing shut. I was starting to get a good read of her expressions. That was an unmistakable look of regret, however
이 차원
short-lived.
바깥에서 바라볼 때는 멈추었다고 느낄 정도로 시간이 아득히 느려져 있다. 그렇게 볼 수 있지 않겠는가?
네, 이상 씨의 의견이 합리적이겠네요.
파우스트 씨가 틀린 적도 있으셨나요?
Wow, this song sure is the expert when it comes to time-related phenomena. Can you summarize it in easier language now that we're broaching the fucking subject here?
그래도 되겠는가?
The song began to elaborate with gentle enthusiasm, probably using too many words. That was close.
간단히 풀어 말하면 이 열차에는 죽음이 존재하지
Death
않소.
is not an element aboard
너무
this train.
생략한 것 같은데.
말을 얹자면
정말이군. 이자 심장이 뛰고 있네.
So time is so slowed and relative. Don Quixote lowered her head and listened closely to what appeared to be a dismembered torso and shouts with
이들은
relief.
퍼즐 조각이 여러 개로 나뉜 것처럼 단지 활동할 수 없는 상태로 나뒹굴고 있을 뿐이요. 몸이 분리된다는 과정은 진행되었지만 이 열차의 존재는 보존되고 한없이 유예되므로 그저 한없이 가늘어져도 끊어지지는 않는 생명만을 붙든 채 이리 널브러질 뿐이지.
어려운 말은 잘 모르겠지만 아무튼 죽지는 않은 것이군.
이들의 파편이 연결되어 있다는 것은 아무리 뒤섞여 있어도 결국 파편끼리의 실타래를 따라 모아보면 승객 하나하나를 특정할 수 있다는 뜻이겠죠. 자연스럽게 W4의 정리요원이라는 직책이 생긴 이유를 추론할 수 있겠습니다.
누군가는 이 퍼즐들을
Oh, wait, I do have
조립해서
some
구별해둘
W-Corp
필요가
cleanup
있을
agents.
테니.
It's really baffling to me that a job like that even exists. This fucking city is weird, man.
날개에 사는 일치고 심하지 않은 게 어디 있겠어?
No. Still, I guess that means that as long as the train arrives at the station, the passengers will all be put back together. Like nothing happened, which, you know. From what I learned through the W-Corp identities, their main job was to gather chunks of flesh together to bring their original shapes before they boarded the trains back into form. A lot more visceral when I have to look at it in person.
그거 듣던 중 다행이군.
It soon clicked in me what Faust was, though with some... Wait, hold on. What the fuck? Is that missing a preposition or am I insane? It soon clicked in me what Faust was, though with some awkward effort, trying to do as I watched Don Quixote sigh with relief. Maybe Faust was trying to cheer Don up in her own way, who she was a while ago, would not find it even necessary to do something like that.
단테,
You're all becoming better people. Wait, what do you want, Faust? Huh? Click clock, motherfucker. Oh, time to whisper, right?
네, 정보를 수집 중입니다.
Well, if there's anything I can tell you. Faust cast a dark gaze toward the chunks of flesh. Her gaze remained fixed upon them as she whispered.
이들이 뒤틀림인지 혹은 환상체인지 아시겠나요?
Oh, yeah. I actually wanted to ask you about that. They weren't humans, that was for sure. From them I felt the same sensation I felt from monsters. Something inexplicable. Wait, what the fuck? Something inexplicable, an unclear sensation or an aura. I felt this somewhere before, I'm sure of it, but I couldn't quite pinpoint the source of this sensation. One thing I do know for sure is that this sensation was not the same feeling I got from abnormalities, distortions, or even the peccatula. If I had to lean one way or the other, I'd say they're closer to distortions? Kind of? I'm sorry, I don't think they're either of those, to be honest.
확신할 수 없는 건가요?
Again, I'm not sure how I can explain this, but they're very, very similar to distortions, but not quite the same. If you had to ask, then I'm gonna guess Faust doesn't know.
파우스트라면 알고 있을 수도 있겠지만 적어도 지금의 저는 알 수 없군요.
I feel like I should apologize for that.
그러실 필요는 없습니다, 단테. 불확실한 정보지만 그 덕에 한 가지 추론에 도달할 수 있었기 때문에.
Oh, good.
그리고
And?
직접 정보를 수집하며 논리적 결론을 만들어내는 것도 예상보다.
She paused, holding a bloody, slimy chunk of flesh in her hands.
쟤 지금 살점 조각 들고 혼자 웃은 거야?
드디어 각성한 것인가?
Oh, shut up, Ryoshu.
피분수가 폭죽보다도 높이 솟아올랐어. 아니야, 이렇게 크게 웃으면 안 돼. 아름다움을 잃지 않게, 그리고 제2 권속으로서의 품위도 잃지 않게 하자.
Right back to not spending sanity. Wait, is it sanity? No, it's encephalin. That's what it is. Is it just me? Do I sound rough today? My throat feels weird. I don't know why. I might be dehydrated, which is weird because I've been drinking the whole time. After a round of intelligence gathering from Faust, we opened the door to the next cabin, only to be greeted by a loud commotion. Sounds fine? Okay, cool. Probably drink something a little bit more lingering, though. For be sure I don't fuck anything up. You know what? That's what I'm gonna do. God damn it. Always out of water just when I... Fine. Be that way. They fight the fucking hot water maker in a second. We open the door to the next cabin, only to be greeted by a loud commotion.
저희 외에도 생존자들이 있는 모양이네요.
Are there other survivors? Is that what it sounds like?
위험에 빠진 승객들인가 보군. 이 몸이 구해주게!
Fucking machine makes no sense. Oh.
워, 함부로 들어오지 마.
Who the fuck?
너희
This is
뭔데?
that. This is the one from before. The one dude who that Don Quixote was annoying. A four-armed woman suddenly jumped in our path.
갑작스럽게 튀어나오는군요.
Faust stumbled a little, inadvertently slapped by the figure's swinging arms as she pushed us away.
내 쪽에서도 당신들이 갑자기 튀어나온 거거든.
좀 위협적이니까 그 커다란 칼은 치워주면 안 되나?
위협은 무슨 위협? 저기 저 사람들 지키려고 들고 있는 건데. 뭐야? 요새도 그런 90 생체형을 달고 다니나? 나 참.
아씨. 구식의 때론 제일 빛을 발할 수
Oh
있다는
no,
걸
Greg Grumpy.
보여주고.
그대 복식을 보아하니 북부의 사람인 게로군.
Is this not literally the same motherfucker we were annoying at the train station?
아이, 이 와중에 무슨 오타령이야! 아무튼 이쪽이나 그쪽이나 같이 그 사고에 휘말린 상태 같아 보이는데.
You seem to be sizing us up for a moment.
너희를 뭘 믿고 이 안으로 보내줘? 안
That one had
물렸다는
a full
증거
helmet.
있어?
True.
내가 이곳을 어떻게 지키고 있었는데?
Hold on, I need a screenshot of this motherfucker to send to a friend of mine.
물렸다니. 뭔 소리야?
Would be very interested in this character design.
왜 아무것도 모른다는 표정이지? 일반실에 있었으면 분명
I feel like I recognize her VA's
잠깐.
voice.
너희 1등석에서 왔어?
네. 캡슐에서 방금 깨어난 상태였어요.
보기에는 1등석이라 진작 말하지. 내 이름은 사샤, 멀티그랩 사무소 대표야.
That she lowered her weapons and allowed us to pass.
사샤,
So hello,
당신도 이
Comstock.
객실에 계속 계셨던 건가요?
응? 뭐 그렇지. 우리 해결사 사무소에 T사 쪽 의뢰가 들어와서 잠깐 넘어왔는데 열차가 이딴
I
식으로
finally
고장난
managed to
데다
acquire
아니 고장난 게 맞나?
hot water function.
배고파지지도 않고 졸리다는 느낌도 잘 안 드는 것 같고 이거 좀 수상하긴 해.
의체인데도 그런 게 느껴지셨나요?
아, 먹고 자는 게 취미라. 그쪽은 특별히 신경 쓴 부품이거든. 잘 느껴지지?
Yeah, fair enough.
그것보다
That is a good
그
vibe.
밖에도 일어난 일이 있지 않나요?
I would hate to lose that too.
아, 그래. 완전히 난리도 아니었다고.
정신 사납군. 촐싹대지 않고 말할 수는 없나?
팔이라도 덜 휘적거리면 좋겠는데.
그건 좀... 싸우다가 의원이 전부 부서졌거든. 새 의원이랑 싱크를 맞추려고 움직이고 있으니까 이해해라.
Interesting. Get a better full thing. There we go. It's weird that they gotta sync up with each other like that.
아무튼
I
뭔
guess it's not
일인지는
weird, but
모르겠는데
it makes
갑자기 열차에 탄 승객들이 이 사람 저
strange
사람
kind of
가리지 않고
sense.
막 이상한 괴물로 변해버렸어. 정체도 모르겠고 말도 안 통한다고. 다행히 나랑 저 사람들이 타 있던 칸은 괴물이 적게 나타나서 내가 몇 동강을 내버리고 여기 빈 객실로 데리고 나온 거지.
빨간색이 3,200 하나, 빨간색이 3,200 둘.
Yeah, she does sound unhinged. That's an appropriate name.
저 승객들이 변해버릴 수도 있는데도 불구하고 보호할 생각을 하셨군요.
그거야 당연한 행동이지. 해결사들이란 선두에 서서 약한 자들을 보호하는 존재들이니.
나는 이미 이 승객들을 사흘 동안 지켜봤어. 그리고 지금껏 한 명도 변하지 않았고. 지금 이 객실 칸 너머는 죄다 지옥도가 펼쳐져 있는데 앞쪽으로 끊임없이 넘어오려고 하는 걸 보면 뒤에서부터 뭔 일이 벌어져서 앞으로 번졌다는 게 내 추측이야.
그렇군요.
내 이야기는 여기까지. 그래서 너희는 뭔데? 1등석 부자분들께서 어떤 연유로 이런 서민들이 있는 곳까지 행차야? 여기서 뭔 일이 벌어진다는들 당신들의 고급스런 1등석 칸에는 아무도 들어갈 수 없었을 텐데.
저희는 W4에서 이번 사건을 해결하기 위해 고용한
해결사!
네, 해결사입니다.
Faust nodded reluctantly as she affirmed Don Quixote's boisterous declaration.
그 인원을 전부 1등석에? 그쪽 사무소는 돈이 썩어나나 보구만.
No.
아니지, 잠깐. 그럼 W사는 처음부터 이렇게 될 걸 알고 있었다는 건가? 근데 진짜 날개의 의뢰를 받은 거 맞아? 믿음이 안 가는데.
I don't know what to tell you,
이미 잘
woman.
아시겠지만 해결사들 간에 가장 중요한 건 계약과 그 이행이죠. 그리고 W사는 다른 날개들 이상으로 보안을 중시하고 있고요.
아, 비밀 유지 서약을 했나 보군. 뭐 웨오피 옆에 계열이랑 얽히면 골치 아프니까. 그래서 증거는 없다.
We do have the card.
W사에서 사전에 받은 마스터 카드 키입니다. 어지간한 문은 열 수 있죠.
Faust produced a master key card from her pocket, and I guess there isn't any other way for us to prove it. So, might as well. I suppose.
카드 키? 이걸로 잠겨있던 1등석 통로를 열고 W사 로고야 꽤 고급 재질. 진짜 의뢰를 받았나봐. 좋아, 따져 묻진 않을게. 돈도 안 되는 일에 연루되고 싶은 마음도 없고.
I think that one from the actual train station had the same VA though.
그렇죠.
Why this one feels more familiar. Fixer finally got out of her way, then, with one of her free hands, pointed toward the opposite door.
죽으러 가겠다는데 말릴 필요도 없지. 아니면 뭐 실력이 대단하면
I don't know if we're that good, but we are that hard to put down, so
경력 고맙네.
we'll probably
해결사
manage
사샤요.
fine-ish.
이것은 자네에게 맡길 테니 부디 본인을 대신해서 이들을 무사히 지켜내시게.
저기 이 뒤에 있는 괴물들을 처리해 주러 가시는 건가요?
Just as we were about to reach the other end of the car, a little passenger pulled on Don Quixote's coattails.
그렇단다.
우와, 그럼 언니는 유명한 해결사예요?
A little passenger, and she's like 3 inches shorter than Dawn. It's like, even if you took the hat off her, they're almost the same height. Dawn is so fucking short. Dawn's almost like only slightly bigger than a child. She's so fucking small.
그렇지. 본인은 명망 높은 해결사 라네.
저도 언니처럼 해결사.
예, 너무 치근덕대면. 아유, 죄송합니다. 저희 애가.
아닐세. 괜찮네.
Honestly, I think this might be one of the best days Don Quixote's ever experienced in her whole life, so
당신 같은 자가
purely because of that
일체에
kid.
탑승하고 있어서 다행이긴 하군요. 저런 어린아이도 구할 수 있었으니.
무슨 말이야?
I got a feeling that kid's not gonna
다들 왜
survive
이래?
this.
같은 바닥 처지끼리. 당연히 머릿수대로 긴급 보호비를 거두려는 거지. 왜 자꾸 둘 다 똥짠지 같은 소리야?
그렇군요.
Selfish. I don't think Don Quixote needs to hear what she just said.
파우스트 씨, 다시 봤어요.
무엇을 말씀이시죠?
일부러 그런 거였죠? 저자가 순수한 마음으로 승객들을 보호할 마음은 없었다는 거 알면서도 돈 키호테 씨에게
Cover
동조해 준
Gremlin's
거죠.
ears. We can't let her find out that there are pieces of shit out here doing fixer work.
또다시 시끄러워지면 골치 아프겠다 싶었는데 다행이에요.
We do kind of have to
보셨어요?
feed into her
눈이 얼마나
delusions to keep her
반짝거리던지.
in line. But yeah.
평소에도 그랬지만 오늘따라 의욕이 완전히 넘쳐흐르고 있다니까요. 돈 키호테 씨.
눈.
Well, strode toward Sasha with a question.
마지막으로 하나. 궁금한 것이 있습니다.
질문 하나당 30만 원.
같은 바닥 처지끼리. 그런 판단은 유감이군요. 저희 쪽 의뢰가 성공하고 나면 추후에 W사에 적극적인 협력 사무소가 있었다고 제보해 드릴 수도 있을 텐데요.
뭐야? 진짜? 무슨 질문인데?
혹시 상대하셨던 괴물들의 눈빛이 모두 붉지는 않던가요?
Sasha paused her swinging arms for a moment upon hearing that question, appearing to either be in thought or trying to recall something, then answered.
글쎄, 온통 붉은색인 괴물이긴 했는데 눈색이 중요한.
It does matter.
일단 내 의안도 빨간색이고 저 승객도 눈이 적색이었고 거기 너희 쪽에 칼 메고 있는 녀석도 눈이 빨갛잖아? 뭐 이런 게 돈 되는 중요한 정보라도 되나?
아니요. 뭐 별것 아니었습니다.
Faust nodded lightly in her direction, then opened the door to the next car. There's a difference between having naturally red eyes like that just kind of look like eyes. Like Ryoshu and this, maybe this lady has cyber eyes, and that's why they're red or something, but... Do we remember the dead rabbit eyes from Wuthering Heights? How they like glowed? The beady little red pin pricks in their masks. I think that's what Faust is going for, more than just the color. It was just as we feared. The scene that appeared before us looked like it came straight out of a painting of hell. Well, time to get fighting. Current recommended average is 42. So... probably be a good idea to don't...
문을 열 시간인가?
책임은 모두
문을 열 시간인가?
드디어
소재가 준비됐어?
내가
소재가
드디어 내 차례냐?
소재가 준비됐어? 소재
내가
드디어 내 차례냐?
There's not really a Faust that's good for... Corp Faust's, or Cromer Faust's passive isn't really good unless you have people who do Fnatic, right? I can't remember. I don't have her yet, so I don't know for sure.
검은 갈아뒀다. 나를 점 찍었다면
살아서 돌아갈 수만.
지위를 말뚝을 쏘.
따라가겠어요.
We're perfectly fine with our actual combat
예리한
team.
검으로
We're
하는
over-leveled
예술이
for this
보고
even.
싶었나?
I don't need to worry about it just now. Her support also heals SP on most A resonance. Interesting.
식사는 즐기고
We do have a fair few units and your passive, I believe.
어떤 말도 할 수 없어.
We do have a lot of motherfuckers on this squad with lust skills, so that could be
퍼레이드 중에는
useful
말
on hard
걸지
stuff,
않는 게
but I
좋겠지.
have to actually get the shards for it. So, meh.
전부 쳐죽여!
Lust is big on bleeding these. Yeah. I've noticed that. Interesting trend. I don't know if they're trying to say anything there, but it is what it is. Ooh, nice.
추잡하네.
그래, 눈높이를 낮춰라.
Good staggers.
전부 쳐주게!
내가 싸워. 꿰뚫려라. 따뜻한 소리.
따스한 피, 스며드는 너는 가족이 되기엔 약하군.
Who's the other big first or second gen vamp to grab for bleed teams? Is it Barber or Priest? For Blood Feast generation.
오랜 목마름도 어버이를 향한
It's Barber, right?
피를 마시는
Priest?
순간에는
Damn.
생각나지 않을 거다.
I got it
그러니
wrong.
가릴 것 없이 마음껏
Let me
마셔.
open my fucking. It's both?
우리가 이룰 수 있는
I got two
유일한
different
꿈이니까.
answers from two different people. Okay, Greg helps with Blood Feast gen. Barber is more like. And that's Priest. Otis is the one that has more AoE inherent to her kit, right? Barber is the AoE one. Greg bleeds himself and stacks taunt on him on his own shit, so he takes bleed damage and generates Blood Feast. Is that how it goes? Most people drop Priest, you think? Oh, almost ready. Damn, we're a third of the way done already? This is gonna go quick. Yeah, because I'm trying to figure out... Kurokumo, Ryoshu is alright, but she's not the best. Her support passive is a little cool to have, a little helpful for potency stacking, but she's not really like super good. I'd rather have one of the more, another one of the Lamanchaland IDs in the main squad. Or when I hit seven team limit. Question, does borrowing an ID from somebody give them anything? I know it does in other games. Like in GFL 2, when somebody borrows one of my girls, it gives me a little like monetary kickback thing. Little in-game currency money. Nothing? Okay.
불로 정화하고 깨끗한 세계를 세우라.
I didn't see anything, so I didn't think so, but I was... Like Night All, but not the best on figuring out count and potency stuff. Well, the thing is, Bleed is a little weird with how it works, because it only does damage and thus loses a count when you clash, right? So if you can't, it doesn't really work super good spreading it with against like against multiple targets, because you don't really have the net. You can't every time you attack one of them, basically you clash, and so you lose your stacks. Except for fucking some of the crazy skills, like B-Song just put 5 count on that one motherfucker. You know what? I can this. Night All does pretty good. He comes with a lot of other status effects that are nice, and the deep wound and stuff, which is good. Just in general, but it doesn't help specifically with bleed. It's still a nice condition to put on enemies, but it's not really that great. It's okay. It's pretty good. He's a good fucking ID in general.
비뚤어졌구려.
고귀하게.
But every time you trigger a bleed count, it does the potency in damage. So you want to keep that stack on that count at least one. Math might change once you get Sanguine Desire, though. Yeah, probably. It's definitely going to change once I get Sanguine Desire, because that one gives a lot more count. I haven't really looked at it, so I don't know if it has an attack weight if it hits more than one target. So it might not really change the math on group fights or targeted focused encounters. But it does, it's definitely going to help with keeping count up against things in general. Which is why I really want, why I keep asking about Walpurgis and when the next Wall PP is going to happen. Because I need that fucking ego.
이 정도로 나와 겁을 맞대?
너는 가족이 되게
너희의 목표는 이 혈투를 승리로 이끌.
Keep bumping my camera. Getting all wobbly and
나가서
everything.
싸워. 뒤는 내가 봐주지.
산초류 경혈 온 라샹. 쏟아내.
좁은 곳에서 전투하는 건 제법 지치는 것 같아요.
어쩔 수 없어요.
Oh,
저희같이 긴 무기를 쓰는 사람들은
we have ads
좁은
going.
곳에서
I shall wait.
금방 지치기
My bad.
마련이니까요.
Sip my tea. Is there a place you can see IDs and egos and stuff on the internet? Out of curiosity. Like the stats and stuff of them. I am somewhat confused. Welcome back, everybody. We may now continue the fucking dialogues. Peace. These enemies weren't much harder than the ones we'd fought earlier, but it was inevitable that the sheer number would eventually wear the sinners down and get a little bit tired having to fight shit constantly.
저দের 정체는 대체 무엇일까요?
Faust, it might be better to just admit you don't know.
궁금했다고. 왜 안 알려주는 건데?
저것들은
저것들은
어떤 존재라고 생각하시나요?
네? 그걸 방금 제가 물어보지 않았나요? 아니면 설마 저희에게 먼저 생각해볼 기회를 주시는 건가요?
Of course, Faust did not confirm nor deny his question, but Sinclair was perfectly capable of making up his own interpretation of her silence.
여러 번 싸워보니까 알 것 같은 건 있었어요. 이 괴물들은 저희에게 화가 나 있거나 방해되는 존재라서 덤벼드는 느낌이 아닌 것 같아요.
맞네. 이들은 굶주리기라도 한 듯 뭔가를 향해 맹렬히 돌진하고 있었네.
맞아요. 이 열차 안에서는 배고픔도 목마름도 느껴지지 않을 텐데.
공격 패턴이 이성적인 판단에 기반하지 않았다. 그저 본능적인 공격성을 우리를 향해 발산하고 있다고밖에 해석되지 않는군.
그리고 또 뭐가 있었죠?
그리고 또 모든 눈이 붉었던 것 같아요.
신체 대부분에 붓지 않은 곳이 없었어.
냄새는 피 냄새다. 피로 만들었겠지.
그러하다면 피가 굳은 결정화된 느낌이라고 해야 바를 테지.
네, 감사합니다. 모두들 유용한 정보였습니다.
It was my turn to start whispering. What did you learn from all
이번엔
that?
운이 좋았습니다, 단테.
We are?
열차에 탑승하기 전 다음 행선지를 위한 정보를 열람하던 도중 곁다리로 읽어둔 지식이 쓸모있는 열쇠가 되었던 것도 있지만 단테의 조언대로 수감자들 또한 유익한 정보를 추려내는데 큰 도움이 되었습니다.
You mean you know what to do to You know? You know what to do? You got this?
적어도 시작점으로서는 기능할 테죠.
With that, Faust turned around and faced the rest of the sinners.
지금부터 이 상황을 타개할 방법을 제시하겠습니다.
응? 그냥 쭉쭉 뚫고 가는 것 말고도 뭐가 있는 거야?
그 자체는 바뀌지 않을 테지만 결과적으로 이번 의뢰의 목적이 무엇인지 그리고 어떻게 W사의 의뢰를 완수할 수 있는지에 대한 가닥을 잡을 수 있을 겁니다. 이번 열차 그리고 지속적으로 워프 열차에서 비슷한 사건을 일으킨 존재는 매우 높은 확률로
A blood
혈귀입니다.
fiend? Wait. Aren't the La Mancha land IDs blood fiends?
오랜 목마름도 어버이를 향한 죄책감도 피를 마시는 순간에는 생각나지 않을 거다. 그러니 가릴 것 없이 마음껏 마셔. 그게 우리가 이룰 수 있는 유일한 꿈이니까.
Check. I suppose that's true. Yeah, they're blood fiends. Second kindred, blood fiend of Lanchaland. Second kindred. Third, right? Yeah, he's third kindred. So blood fiends are vampires. My average level is very low because I do not have Kuma Boy. Okay, that brought it up by 3. And Claire is the very low. We'll just drop this motherfucker in here for the hell of it.
명령하실 때까지 자리에서
Not bad on his
대기하겠습니다.
own. 42. Okay. Fastest speed inflicts rupture damage, gain offense level up 1 offense level up. Hold on a second. You have backup now? I do, yeah. I think this is the first time I've seen that outside of a dungeon, mirror or otherwise. So that's cool. Syncing is really good and easy to use, right? You're enjoying syncing right now? It just kind of tanks the enemy speed, right? Oh, it smashes their sanity to bits too. Okay, I see. So it does sanity and some damage on its own. Let me actually pull thinking up real near real quick to look at it. When hit by an attack, take fixed SP damage by the effect's potency. Units with no sanity take gloom damage instead. Okay, so you crater their sanity and then they start taking damage when they're at 0. That's interesting. I could see how that would be real nice. Could see how that would go very well. Yes.
명령하실 때까지 자리에서 대기하겠습니다.
What is your passive? I call out that thing. The least SP, so it just gives it to somebody random. I assume when everybody's at max sanity. No, if the enemy has minus 45, sinking does no damage? Wait. It says units with no sanity. So if you're fighting stuff that doesn't have sanity as a mechanic at all, they just take damage from thinking. Instead of being hit with sanity down. Okay. That's still good. That's still really easy to just like work around and, you know, use. Cool. I'm down for that. I think this is good though. Yeah. Cool.
이게 최선이겠죠?
The main team isn't going down anyway, so it doesn't matter. Well, a blood fiend? What the fuck is that?
혈기가 대체 무엇인가?
어? 네가 모를 줄은 몰랐는데 이런 신기한 거 관련이라면 뭐든지 알고 있는 줄 알았어.
듣도 보도 못했다만 본인이 잊은 기사라도 있던 것인가?
it's rupture, but there's units who are very count positive. Don Quixote furrowed her brows, genuinely lost. It was as though the
저도
word. Oh,
현실에
fuck,
존재하는
goddamn
줄은
it.
몰랐어요. 그저 무서운 이야기로 만들어졌다고 생각했는데 마늘이랑 햇빛을 두려워한다고 하던가요?
Well, the very word sounded alien to her.
아, 제가 들은 이야기랑은 좀 다르네요. 제가 듣기로는 햇빛이나 마늘은 뜬 소문이고 오히려 물을 무서워한다던데요?
혈귀에 대한 보고는 나도 받아본 적 있다. 지휘관이던 시절에 말이지. 그들이 부린다는 부산물 도 본 적이 있다. 기억이 흐릿하지만 이런 형태는 분명 아니었을 텐데.
손가락에도 혈기라는 놈이 있었지. 저런 고무장갑 같은 것들을 부리진 않았지만. 하지만 좀 걸리는군. 그놈은 이렇게 마구잡이로 찌꺼기를 늘리진 않았다. 내 놈도 알고 있지 않나?
네, 수감자 내에도 경험한 분들이 있었군요. 설명이 길지 않아도 되겠습니다. 말씀하시는 대로 저희가 마주한 적들은 혈귀 그 자체는 아니라고 보여집니다. 혈귀의 권속이 되지 못한 찌꺼기 같은 존재. 관계자 사이에선 피주머니라고 부른다는 정보가 있었습니다.
그럴듯한 이름이지.
Why would anyone name someone Bloodbag? Because
처음에
they're
이야기했던
dismissive
대로
of the status of the
통상적인
individual.
방법으론
Dante.
워프 열차 내에서 승객이 사라질 수 없습니다. 워프 열차나 W사에 대한 모든 것을 알 수는 없어도 저희가 갖고 있는 정보가 꽤 많음에도 예외를 찾아낼 수 없었죠. 거기서 저는 아직 저희가 한 번도 마주하지 않았던 존재를 논리 안에 끼워 넣었을 때 한 가지 추측이 성립된다는 걸 파악했습니다.
그럼 그 혈귀라는 곳은 승객들을 아예 없었던 것으로 만들 수 있다는 이야기인가요?
휘발된다는 쪽에 가까울 것 같군요.
Loving Index and the new Greg ID.
워프 열차는 승객들끼리
Burgess? Yeah.
온갖 폭력적인 일을 벌이더라도 본래대로 돌려놓을 수 있습니다.
Time to find the paths. You should check in later or watch.
폭력이라는
Doggle.
것에는
Alright,
여러
have
가지가
fun.
있겠지만
Good
그중
luck
식인도
and find many
분명
paths.
존재하겠죠.
See you later, Possum.
하지만 열차 운행간 시간이 유예된 승객들은 소화의 과정 또한 이루어지지 않는 것과 마찬가지일 테니 결국 복구할 수 있는 상태였을 겁니다.
그저 입에 쑤셔 넣었을 뿐이라면 뱃속을 갈라내 그 핏줄 같은 것으로 연결된 조각들을 맞춰볼 수 있었겠지.
Yeah? That
하지만
makes
피주머니들은 다릅니다. 맹목적으로 피를 찾아다니는 이들은 희생자의 혈액을 흡수함으로써 자신들의 존재를 유지할 수 있고 유지비로 혈액 또한 조금씩 소비한다고 합니다.
응? 아니, 방금은 소화는 하지 않는다며?
추론해 보자면 혈귀와 피주머니에게 혈액은 단순히 에너지를 얻기 위한 식사의 과정과는 다른 것 같습니다. 그들에게 혈액이란 감정, 성취, 돈, 존재의 자신들을 유지하기 위한 많은 것들이 포함되어 있는 무언가. 그렇기에 마음 먹는다면 혈액을 소비할 수 있고 소화 따위의 과정과는 별개로 이루어질 것입니다.
그 뭐냐 무슨 소리인지 절반도 못 알아들었거든?
지금 시간이 유예되었음에도 히스클리프 부는 화를 내거나 슬퍼하거나 또는 기뻐할 수 있지 않은가?
어? 그야 뭐 그렇긴 한데
그것이 변한 것인지 생멸하는 것인지는 알 수 없으나 지나간 감정은 사라졌다고도 볼 수 있을 터. 승객들의 살아갈 의지와 존재의 가치 또한 멈춘 시간 속에서도 점차 사라지지 않소. 혈귀에게 혈액이란 그러한 것이라고 파우스트 양은 설명한 것이요.
그런가? 그래서 바로 휘발된다 이거구만.
승객의 구성 묘소. 살점들과 이어진 혈액도 사라져서 살점을 끌어모을 수 없을 거고요.
Oh shit.
논지에 어긋남은 없군.
Yeah, that fits. Everyone fell silent for a moment. That was way too much information to process at once. We didn't even know what to make of them either.
질문을 몇 가지 하고 싶소.
Yi-song was the first to break the silence.
피주머니라 하는 존재는 혈귀가 직접 만드는 것이요? 만약 그렇다면 어떠한 방식으로?
거기까지는 정보의 접근이 제한되었군요.
Faust replies, avoiding Yi-song's gaze. There isn't anything I can do about this. The sinners will only get more stressed if they find out what's going on with Faust. And that's something we both want to avoid.
그렇군. 과거 그대가 말했던
추측이지만 피주머니로 만들기 위해서는 어떤 식으로든 접촉이 필요할 것으로 보입니다. 그렇지 않다면 가장 성가신 존재인 저희가 멀쩡한 것이 말이 되지 않을 테니까요.
일리 있어.
그렇다면 그 잔악한 혈기란 놈은 이 열차 어딘가에 숨어 있다는 말이겠군.
그렇겠죠. 조금 전에 보았던 해결사의 말을 신뢰한다면 이 피주머니들이 몰려온 건 열차의 뒷칸부터, 즉 나아가다 보면 반드시 그 혈귀를 마주하게 될 것입니다.
right now, Yi-song. You need to give me a moment. My network
무고한
connection's bad.
승객들의 원한을
Hello,
대신
Maria.
풀어줄 기회.
Welcome back from Naptown.
절대 놓치지 않겠네.
단테.
It seemed that Don Quixote was now invigorated, while the other sinners also appeared rather satisfied. Now that we had a clearer sight of our goal, Faust, who stood amidst them, nodded in my direction. Well then, let's go. We're making the best of what's available to us at the moment. Let's move forward for now. You're listening, blood in Korean is E? Crystal, oh no. I'm sure that's the sound it is. Okay. Funny. But also nah. I really need to learn another language at some point. I have like very tangential and shitty knowledge of a couple, but not real functional knowledge of anything but very poor German, which I don't even really remember, to be honest. Oh, someone's fucking neutraling on me. What the hell is this? What the fuck is happening to Marcel? X18. Let me look at you motherfuckers. Gain +1 bleed count every time this unit is hit. Turn end. Consume 3 bleed count on self to gain 1 coagulated blood. Interesting. So stacking bleed on them is actually kind of detrimental to me. This might be a problem. Fuck it, nah, we ball.
행진의 꽃. 이것이 나는 가족이 되게 인가.
They play a dangerous game.
40.
먹칠.
Play a very dangerous game on this one. Wait, no, never mind. Like half of my fucking skills have things that increase their final power based on how much bleed the enemy has. These guys are idiots. Never mind win rate. Go. Oh my true.
따스한 피. 그래, 눈높이를 낮춰라.
너희의 무기로 이 혈투를 승리로 이끌.
Those idiots. They walked right into my trap, making it easier for me to steal their blood.
따스한 피. 스며드는군. 나는 가족이 되기엔 약하고. 그래, 나는 가족이 되기엔 약하군.
너희의 무기로 이 혈투를 승리로 이끌 가족을 위해.
따스한 피. 스며드는군. 왕의 비호를 하사한다.
우리 식구를 건드렸겠다.
산초류 경혈 오이 라샹글 쏟아내 흐르는 비옥을 엎드리도록. 오랜 목마름도 어버이를 향한 죄책감도 피를 마시는 순간에는 생각나지 않을 거다. 그러니 가릴 것 없이 마음껏 마셔. 그게 우리가 이룰 수 있는 유일한 꿈이니까.
Straight to fighting? Oh wait, hold on. Cliff acquired.
어머, 부탁드려요.
꿰뚫려라!
비뚤어졌구려. 비뚤어졌구려.
예쁘네, 네 피분수.
목이 비었잖아.
Yeah, we're just kind of clowning through this. We're not having too much trouble.
피날레.
이제야 완성되었나?
따스한 피. 행진의 꽃. 이것이
서곡의 피날레다.
이 정도로 나와 겁을 맞대?
너희의 무기로 이 혈투를 승리로 이끌.
고귀하게
나가서 싸워. 뒤는 내가 봐주지.
Clown on them, my nerds.
꿰뚫려라. 엎드리도록.
이 정도로 나와 겁을 맞대?
행진의 꽃, 이것이 서곡의 피날레다. 나는 가족이 따스한 피, 스며드는 물.
이제야 완성되었나? 이제야 완성되었나?
잠깐! 관리자나리! 이 사람 좀 보게! 아직 살아있는 자가 있네!
Don Quixote, her round eyes wide open, began sprinting somewhere.
뭐야?
Oh shit. This is one of the... Yeah, this is one of the cleanup guys.
이봐, 우린 괴물이 아니야. 괜찮아?
당신도 변하기 시작한 건가요? 그럼 벌레 팔 같은 걸로도
아니야, 이거는
Gregor stumbled for words, scoffed, then cast his gaze toward the floor in disbelief.
그래, 뭐 착각할 만도 하지. 이게 뭐 의체인지 괴물인지 한눈에 봐서 알 수가 있나.
같은 생체형 의완이더라도 이렇게 투박한 구형 모델은 최근 도시에서 보기 드물기 때문에 착각할 수도 있다.
의체. 다행이네요. 전 또 그 미친놈들이 쳐들어올까봐. 보다시피 다리도 이 모양이라 여기 숨어 있을 수밖에 없었거든요.
그런데 W사 직원들이 이 열차에는 왜 타고 있는 거지?
Huh, you're right. From what we found out about the warp trains through identities, can't imagine why any of them would ever willingly board this shit.
외부 의뢰로 온다던 해결사들이죠. 저희는 당신들을 도와서 사건을 해결하라는 명령을 받았습니다. 저희라고 하기엔 저밖에 안 남았지만요. 동료들은 저 앞칸에서 차례대로 이성을 잃어가더니 결국...
그럴 수가... 파우스트군! 피주머니가 원래대로 되돌아갈 수 있는 방법은 없는 것인가?
죄송합니다. 그 정보도 아직 열람할 수가 없군요.
Though her voice and expression were both as serene as always, there was something gloomy about the way she said it.
파우스트에게 너무 많은 부분을 의지하고 있었을지도 모르겠군요.
Faust muttered in a barely audible volume. I don't know what I can do to help the sinners in a situation like this either. I'd also grown too used to Faust's omniscience because I could always trust it to be there for me. Starting to realize that I don't have the means to dig myself out of a hole like this. No, maybe I was too reliant on the sinners as a whole. If, when the time comes for them to depend on me, when they can no longer stand on their own, can I really manage them? Lead them to the right choices? Doubt, colored with fear, begins to rise like an ominous plume of smoke.
뭐 괜찮습니다.
The agent struggled to some corner of the room with his wounded leg and pulled on
이런
the lever.
공간에 잘도 저런 걸 숨겼고.
And the wall behind what had initially appeared to be a folding chair for employees spun open.
이게 무엇인가? 설마 저 앞에 있는 혈기를 해치는 비밀 무기가 숨겨져 있다거나?
1등석에서 본 캡슐이랑 비슷하게 보이긴 하는데 저곳에?
Cleanup agents slumped into the pod that appeared in the wall.
이제 좀 살겠네요.
무엇을 할 생각인가?
이런 상황을 위해 W사에서는 직원용 소형 동면 포드를 준비해 놓았거든요.
그랬군. 그럼 어?
그럼 남은 일은 잘 부탁드려요.
With that, he settled into the capsule and shut the hatch behind him. When the door covering the pod closed, only the folding chair and a wall covered with viscera remained. He's gone.
갔어.
He's just fucking dumped into the pod and fucked off, huh?
가버리셨군요.
We blankly stared at the wall the agent disappeared into. Well, then I guess we gotta figure this out on our own. Let's move on to the next car. Keep on keeping on.
오랜 목마름도 어버이를 향한 죄책감도 피를 마시는 순간에는 생각나지 않을 거다. 라만 차랜드를 뒤엎는다.
Shit. I keep forgetting to grab it. Cliff. Heathcliff. We're fine. Just don't die, Heathcliff. It'll be alright. I promise.
퍼레이드와 피날레.
합격장.
This train is fucked up. Where the hell did the vampire come? Where did the blood fiend come from, though? Why is it here? Does it just hide in the walls? He's just out here fucking around?
이 정도로 나와 겁나.
따스한 피 스며드는군.
너희의 무기로 이 혈투를 승리로 이끌겠다.
퍼레이드와 피날레.
흐르는 피로군 쏟아내라.
추잡하네.
행진의 꽃. 이것이 서곡의 피날레다. 너는 가족이 되기 따스한 피 스며드는군.
너희의 무기로 이 혈투를 승리로 이끌겠다.
퍼레이드와
Heathcliff, despite being level 20, is currently not dead, which is
산초류
crazy.
경을 본 라샹.
따스한 피 왕의 비호를 하사한다.
이제야 완성되었네.
폭죽 소리가 들리는 것 같군.
승리로 이끌.
정 찍었네.
이쁘네, 네 피분수.
That was wildly unnecessary, Rodeo.
오랜 목마름도
You killed
어버이를
him
향한
dead.
죄책감도 피를 마시는
we're-
순간에는 생각나지 않을 거다.
Really close to done with this already.
가릴 것 없이 마음껏 마셔. 그게 우리가 이룰 수 있는
몸이 찌뿌둥하던 참이었어. 때려 부수러 갈 시간이다.
전원 집합. 이번 작품에 대해 논의할 시간이다.
Struggling. That's a little better. Yeah, we'll do that.
고귀하게.
합격장.
행진의 꽃. 이것이 서곡의 피날레다.
These guys are getting kind of rough.
왕의 비 하사한다.
Not that they're doing very well, but they're getting better.
점
This is,
찍었네.
yeah, this is a little rough. The bleed stacking is a smidge new, a smidge bit.
뚫려라.
Bad for me to continue doing here. I think I should switch my team out. Pull the gunner nerds out. See how they go. Maybe, I don't know, we're calling it back.
피날레.
비뚤어져 끓여.
엎드리게.
너는
We're hanging in there.
가족에게
Doing alright.
너희의 무기로 이 혈투를 승리로 이끌겠다.
갑니다.
따스한 피 스며드는군. 너는
꿰뚫리고
가족이 되게 약하군.
엎드리도록.
이제야 완성되었나?
Isn't there a Faust ID that has gear like that?
네 피분수.
That
너희의
like silver and red
승리로 이끌.
cyber shit gear.
가족을 위해 따뜻한.
Hi Senna. How you doing? Senna, my audio's being weird all of a sudden. It's really super loud on OBS today for no reason. Just gotta work and you're headed home? Okay, drive safe. Yeah, I don't know what to do about it. I'm just gonna restart my computer after stream and see if that fixes it. Really the only thing I got that I can't try at this exact moment.
왕의 비호를 하사한다.
끝이야.
폭죽 소리가 들리는 것 같군.
혈풀 승리로 이끌.
때가 왔나?
가족을 위해.
But it's good enough for now.
그래, 눈높이를 낮춰라. 왕의 비호 베르주레.
Did I ever send you the code for the streamer bot thing to make the text to speech work?
행진을 멈추지 마라. 이 좁디 좁은 왕국을 넘어 멸망한 그 땅으로 돌아갈 때까지 보아라. 저들이 우리의 모습을 우러러 보는 것을.
따라갈 준비는 끝났습니다.
고귀하게.
야산 피 스며드는 것. 퍼레이드와 피날레. 행진의 꽃, 이것이 서곡의 피날레다. 그래, 눈높이를 낮 왕의 비호를 하사한다.
꿰뚫려라.
점 찍었네. 합격장.
야산 피, 너는 가족이 되기엔 약하군.
꿰뚫려라.
Well, this one's going pretty quick.
폭죽 소리가 들리는 것 같군.
We are just fighting everything that we run across, and there's not.
엎드리도록 따뜻한 꿰뚫리고
Just kind of speeding through it. I don't know.
왕의 비호를 하사합니다. 베르츄레. 왕의 비호를 하사합니다.
너희의 무기로 이 혈투를 승리로 이끌.
갑니다.
합격장.
40. 이 정도로 나와 겁을 맞대?
Why is there always gotta be fucking something?
따사피.
너희의 무기로 이 혈투를 승리로 이끌.
나가서 싸워. 이번에 네 피부는
꿰뚫려라.
비뚤어졌고 나는
피날레를 시작하자.
Something caught my attention from the corner of my eye after another round of brutal combat.
어? 이건 또 뭐야?
The fuck? We were on the final car adjacent to the freight car when we discovered that odd box with the T-Corp logo on it.
T사의 로고인 것 같다만.
전투 중에 부서진 것 같구려.
그 대표라는 사람 허버트랬나? 다른 날개와 많은 연계를 하고 있다는 이야기를 했던 것 같아.
And now we are ad timing. Oh, fuck it. Going to go to the bathroom very quick while the ads run. Okay. Menacing choo-choo noises, indeed. Hello, lazy. How you doing? So, we seem to have largely solved the mystery of what the problem is on the train. And there's definitely murder still. So
역시 W4구도.
because the mystery is what was causing the murder, but we haven't stopped that because it wasn't a single individual, or it might have been.
날개들은 이리저리 협력을 주고받는 사이인 경우가 많소. 오히려 아직 그리 이름을 날리지
Because
못한
Dawn didn't want to take her
우리
shoes off, right? No, it's
링버스
because there's a fucking
컴퍼니에게
vampire in the walls or
이리
something.
급하게 협력을 요청하는 것이 이례적인 일이라 보만.
One moment. My mother needs some help real quick. Sorry about that.
뭐 W4도 이제 떨어질 만큼 떨어졌다는 거겠지. 부서져서 속이 드러나기 시작한 이 벽처럼.
I mean, they did say before we got on the train
부서졌다고
something
하니까
about
생각난
the
건데
report being
이 객실 자체도 엉망진창이긴 하다. 그치?
not doing very well, right? It was difficult for me to ignore how Rhodia hurriedly swerved off to a different subject. Though she'd made a mistake, even though the tone of her voice shifted like she was catching herself. Oh, the thing is up still. Ew. Excuse me. One moment. Alright.
핏덩이가 붙은 의체 부품 및 조각이 사방에 널려 있는 것을 보아 다수의 의체 해결사가 탑승했던 객실 칸으로 보인다.
I can't think about that right now. Let's first deal with the task at hand.
아까 T사의 원정을 왔다던 해결사 사무소가 이 사람들이었을지도 모르겠어요.
That he warped over to T-Corp on an expedition?
같은 모델의 의체가 많이
Yeah.
보이네요.
의체를 사용하는 해결사들만 고용하는 사무소도 있다고 본 것 같다네.
혹시 이분은?
We were walking through the bloodied train car when we suddenly heard Sinclair's voice crack as though he saw something awful. Which he probably did.
이자는 분명 승강장에서 마주쳤었던.
Yep.
우리에게
Suppose he
시비를
is.
걸던 자군.
He's got the look at least.
원정을 왔다 실패했다고 했었나? 이만한 숫자의 해결사들이었으니 진짜 원정이라고 말할 만도 하네.
부서진 팔만 한 다스가 넘을 것 같네만 예비팔을 교체해가면서 썼던 것이지 않겠는가?
Makes sense. That would explain all those broken prosthetic arms and legs in this card.
그것은 아마 다른 피주머니에게 저항하던 중에 발생한 흔적일 것입니다. 관리자님.
Yep.
전쟁 때도 비슷한 사례가 많았습니다. 의체는 언제든 교체가 가능하니 자금이 허락하는 한 특별히 아끼거나 보호해가며 싸우지 않아도 된다는 마음가짐. 물론 그런 녀석들은 자기 몸을 제대로 보호하지 않아 일찍 전사하곤 했습니다.
Maybe so.
하나의 상황이 생각보다 다양하게 해석될 수 있군요. 두 의견을 모두 기억해두겠습니다.
좋은 자세군. 당신 같은 사원들은 꼭 끝까지 살아남곤 했지.
네, 뭐 다행이었겠군요.
Faust answered Otis in an uncharacteristically snappy manner. Signs of fatigue were creeping into her pensive expression. You alright, Faust? Yeah, it was rare to see any actual expression from her. Starting to get worried.
신체적으로는 문제가 없습니다만, 네, 고립된 바다 위에서 마구잡이로 그물을 던지는 것 같은 이 상황이 유쾌하진 않군요. 평소에는 열람한 정보에 간단한 추론만 곁들여서 명료한 결론을 내릴 수 있었으니까요.
Her voice was such a whisper for the second part of her sentence that even I could barely hear what she was saying.
아, 그건 알 것도 같네요. 새까맣고 고요한 호수 위에서 어떻게든 식량을 구하겠다고 그물을 던져도 막막하거든요. 대체 여기가 어디쯤인지, 이곳에서 무언가 잡히기는 하는 건지 갈피 자체를 못 잡으니까요.
나 또한 보이지 않는 묘혈에 누운 기분인 것은 매한가지요. 눈에 맺힌 상과 코끝의 혈약만으로는 나아갈 길을 알 수 없으니.
It seemed that Ishmael and Yisong picked up on the first part of her sentence. However, as they walked up to her and shared a few words of consolation,
그런데 파우스트 씨가 그런 말을 하는 건 처음 보는 것 같은데요? 아니, 정확히는 파우스트 씨가 오늘따라 평소랑 달라 보인다고 할지.
그건
아, 나쁘다는 건 아니에요. 오히려 조금 유해 보여서 좋네요.
그대에게서 본 적이 없던 모습이기에 퍽 신선하오.
그런가요?
Faust's reply was curt. She closed her eyes.
승강장에 있던 팜플렛에 의하면 이 열차는 객실용 12칸과 화물용 1칸으로 구성되어 있다고 한다. 현재 도달한 곳은 11번째 칸이므로 메피스토펠레스가 있을 13번째 칸을 제외하면 단 한 칸이 남는다.
Which means...
높은 확률로 이 피주머니들을 만든 혈기를 마주할 것이다.
See, just beyond that door, huh?
그래봐야 이것들 대빵이라는 거 아니야. 뭐 얼마나 다르겠어?
역으로 말해 그 많은 피주머니를 거느릴 수 있는 존재이기에 위험 수준을 높게 생각하는 것이 타당하다.
잘 알려진 정보는 아니지만 혈귀의 상대를 전문적으로 하는 해결사도 있다고 합니다. 혈귀 사냥꾼이라 불리는데
I see.
정보가 사실이라면 전문가가 따로 있을 만큼 까다로운 존재일 테죠.
difficult foes that require a certain expertise to defeat, or bloody-minded determination that we idiots
피주원이라는
have.
것들은 맹목적으로 혈기를 따르는 일종의 군세라는 거잖아요.
사기 저하나 탈주를 걱정하지 않아도 되는 군대를 만들 수 있는 자. 전쟁이든 일상이든 그런 자는 언제나 보통 이상의 능력을 갖고 있지.
Yep. The sinners each exchange various opinions with one another, possible strategies, estimations of the blood fiend's strength. And all of a sudden,
다 집어치우시게! 이런 천인 공로의 상황을 만든 범인을 잡으러 가는 건 아닌가? 지금 이 순간에도 그놈의 혈액을 휘발시키고 있을지도 모르잖아! 그하든 그렇지 않든 반드시 본인의 손으로 그 자를 처단하겠네! 그러니 서두르세!
Don Quixote's sudden outburst immediately put a stop to the chatter. He's not wrong. Besides, dealing with the vampire is the key to completing our contract in the first place, so... With that, I open the door leading to the last car of this train. Fucking vampires out here causing issues.
피 분수가 폭죽보다도 높이 솟아올랐어. 아니야, 이렇게 크게 웃으면 안 돼. 아름다움을 잃지 않게, 그리고
Think that was an
제2
actually
권속으로서의
serious dork
품위도
spasm?
잃지
Are you
않게
sure
하자.
though? Some of these we have seen already. Two of them we have not. Is that, wait, did that use that uses a module? That's new. That's straight energy. The dungeon? What is this a sub dungeon thing? Or
전원 집합. 이번 작품에 대해 논의할 시간이다.
this rune? What is with that look on? Oh.
왜 그런 표정이지?
Oh no.
왕자에게 인사를 올리러 왔으면 최선을 다해서 웃어야지.
저자가
Why
이
do he
모든
talk
일의
like the Dawn?
원흉이자 저희가 처리해야 할 할비인 듯하군요.
무릎을 꿇고 머리를 조아려 예의를 갖춰라.
그쪽이 누구길래 우리가 그래야 하는데?
한 번만 말해줄 테니 똑똑히 들어라. 내 이름은 카세티. 가족으로부터 도망친 제6권속이자 너희 위에 군림할 진정한 왕자이다.
Currency farming?
차에서
Interesting.
일어난 모든 사륙이 이놈이 벌인 짓인가?
왕자의 앞에서 무례하게도 질문이 많군. 하지만 모처럼 배가 부른 상태니 넘어가 주지. 자, 보다시피 이 열차는 근사한 식사를 위한 연회장. 피주머니를 마음껏 만들고 먹어도 이 인간들은 끊임없이 찾아오지. 그럼 나는 그때마다 만찬을 즐길 뿐이다.
얼굴에 여흥용 가면을 쓰고 있어.
인사할 생각이라면 얼굴 정도는 제대로 보여주는 것이 기본적인 예의 아닌가?
이 가면 떼어지지 않아. 될 수 없어. 떼서는 안 돼. 그래선 왕자가 될 수 없어. 가면 뒤의 모습은 흉하거든. 그래서 모두가 얼굴을 숨기기로 했지. 하지만 너희들의 피를 전부 마시고 나면 다시 원래대로 돌아올 거야. 그럼 그때는 가면을 벗을 수 있겠지.
내놈 안면에 바느질을 한 자는요, 그치? 솜씨가 제법이고.
No way to make a living though. I imagine it is rather.
이 가면은 감히
temporary
이름을 입에 담기 황송한
as an existence.
이 발사님께서 직접 제작하셨으니까. 하지만 너무 아파. 아니야, 웃고 있어요. 열심히 웃고 있잖아요. 저는 왕자랍니다.
정신이 획가닥해버린 놈이군. 다 웃었냐? 그러면 이제 몇 대만 좀 맞아라.
난 너희 같은 놈들이 좋아. 울고 짜고 바닥에 엎드려서 애걸복걸하는 것보다 달려들면서 피가 끓어오르는 그런 놈들.
주위나 둘러봐. 너 혼자야. 불을 당해낼 수 있을 것 같냐?
히스클리프 씨, 방심하지 마세요. 상대는 이 열차의 수많은 승객을 피주머니로 만들어 온 자입니다.
방심은 안 하겠지만 그래도 뒷칸에서부터 피주머니들은 보이는 족족 우리가 썰어버렸잖아.
숫자. 그래, 숫자가 중요하지. 몇 명이 방문했는지가 중요한 건 기억하고 있어요. 난 말이야.
This guy's not all
아주
here.
강해. 그리고
For some
이 새로운
reason.
왕국에서 물러날 마음은
I don't know if it's the mask
조금도
or if he's just
없어.
crazy because he's a blood fiend.
이 왕좌에 가만히 앉아 있으면 피주머니들이 알아서 대령되지. 이런 나골이 또 있을 것 같아. 내가 이곳을 어떻게 만들었는데? 이걸 어버이들께서 보셨다면 얼마나 좋아하셨을까. 이 풍요로움을, 이 쾌락을, 이 자유를. 하지만 이건 제가 만든 왕국이에요. 누구에게도 넘기지 않아.
조금 의아하긴 하군요. 추측하건대 저 혈귀는 이 칸에서 거의 벗어나지 않는 것 같습니다만 그 영향은 열차의 모든 칸에 미치고 있을 정도로 강력할 뿐더러.
가만히 앉아 있어도 피주머니가 대령된다는 건
잠깐!
Someone suddenly and frantically charged into this car. It was Sasha, the fixer we ran into in one of the earlier cars. He said he shrinks into his throne and his sudden intrusion, terror apparent in his face.
자네는 설마 우리를 도와주러 이곳까지 와준 건가?
God, it's a fucking tech priest.
저길
Yeah.
보게나! 저자가 이 모든 사건의 원흉인
You got that
혈기일세!
look to her and it's pretty fucking red.
저자만 처치한다면 그대가 보호한 승객들 모두 이 열차를 무사히 탈출할 수 있을 거라네!
혈기. 만약 피주머니가 아닌 채로 이성을 유지할 수 있는 혈기가 더 있다면.
와, 정말 여기까지 왔네. 날개에서 의뢰를 준 해결사는 좀 다르구나. 나도 옛날엔 열심히 싸웠는데 마지막까지 남아서.
무슨 소리를 하는 거야?
그랬더니 이 네 팔 중에 3개가 뽑혀 나갔더라고. 근데 이상하지? 팔이 하나밖에 안 남으니까 그때서야 이런 생각이 들었어. 죽기 싫다.
He a blood fiend too?
그래서 빌었어. 살려주면.
피하세요, 돈키호테.
무엇이든 다 할 수 있다고!
Yep. So she is. Blood rapidly crystallized around Sasha like a suit of armor as she swung her greatsword at the sinners, striking them even before Faust's hurried shot had fully died away.
내가 말했잖아. 예고 없이 갑자기 튀어나오지 말라고. 그 망할 발들이 너무 시끄러운 거 몰라? 가족들이 날 찾으러 올 줄 알았다고!
죄송합니다, 카세트님.
소개하지. 이쪽은 앞으로의 왕국을 위해 내가 밖으로 나와 처음으로 만든 권소.
Unfortunate.
나의 왕국을
He was kind of cool for a little bit.
가족을 함께 건설하고 있는 충실한 나의 종자이다.
말씀하신 대로 강한 놈들을 선별해서 이곳으로 보내려고 했습니다만
But dying is their
북한의
whole like
인간들은
deal.
전부
Lazy.
형편없는 놈들뿐이었기에 1등석에서 온 저자들을 카세트님에게로 보내주었습니다.
권속. 당신은 권속이란 게 무엇인지 정확히 알고 계신가요?
아니, 하지만 이것만큼은 얘기할 수 있어. 그분의 피가 내 몸에 들어온 순간 다시 태어난 기분이었지.
권속은 뒤틀림이나 환상체가 만들어내는 하위 개체의 개념과 유사하군요. 정확한 정보도 없이 무작정 받아들였던 것은 그만큼 절박했기 때문이겠죠.
That is what she said, Faust.
아마
Yeah.
권속이 되기 전에 나는 그랬겠지.
자네가 저 혈기의 하수인이라는 소리인가? 우리가 처음 보았을 때부터?
붉은 눈에 대해 물어볼 땐 얼마나 놀랐던지. 의심했어도 내 눈은 붉은 빛을 내는 의안일 뿐이라 의미는 없었겠지만.
그러면 자네가 보호하고 있던 그 승객들은
내가 말했지. 숫자가 중요하다고. 행렬은 길수록 좋다.
Dozens of blood bags began shambling into the room from behind Sasha. The smaller one among them stood out to me. My mind immediately snapped to the child who grabbed Don Quixote's coattails. I knew that the passengers were dead the moment we realized Sasha was a blood fiend, but I'd hoped we'd be spared the sight.
어린 나이도 있었다네. 알아. 언젠가 커서 해결사가 되고 싶어 했지. 그런데 해결사가 될 바엔 피주머니로 사는 게 나아. 해결사로 살아온 내가 보증할 수 있어.
그 닥치시게!
정의롭고 이름 높은 해결사 같은 꿈을 꾸면 결국 실망하거든. 아니면 일찍 죽던가.
That doesn't mean you should go and be a fucking vampire.
닥치라고 하지 않았는가?
Don Quixote did not give Sasha time to finish her sentence. He was already charging full speed with her lance drawn. Yeah, probably for the best. This is gonna be a fight regardless. Might as well just get to it. Oh, targeted time, are we? Focused encounter? Mm-hmm. Why are they starting with half health?
예쁘네, 네 피분수.
저런 개인적 이 정도로 나와 겁나는데?
Okay, now the tunes. Now they've picked up into the good shit.
끝이야.
내 작품의 의견이라도
식사는 즐기고 논다.
Rudy needs to win some more stuff. Her sanity's not particularly high.
갑니다. 따뜻한 꿰뚫리고
너는 가족이 되기엔 약하군.
너희의 무기로 이 혈투를 승리로 이끌.
Faust will be hit, or not Faust. Gun will hit 2 targets. That's a fucking counter. Not flashable though.
갑니다.
That was too good. You just kill him before he can counter. It doesn't matter if he's got a counter up. Mayo.
꽤잘 갈렸고.
왜 알아듣지 못하는지
혈투를 승리로 이끌.
피주머니로서 우월해지는 것인데.
Oh, there's Sasha. Finally joined the battle. You see? Anybody who's not at max sanity? No. Alright. Run him down.
따스한 피 스며드는군.
산소류 경을 온 라샨. 이제 끝을 낼 시간이 뚫리고.
이제야 완성되었나?
Tasha is bloodthirsted, but also fucking staggered. Get fucked, Lomeo.
고귀하게.
인증.
따스한 피
인증.
스며드는군.
따뜻한 피. 40. 먹지. 이 정도로.
And Sasha down.
이제야
Last blood bag, so you actually gonna fight the big guy, or is it just?
진절머리가 나는군. 허락도 없이 만들게 된 나의 첫 권속이 이런 덜 떨어진 놈이라니.
용서하십시오, 어버이시여.
치워라. 그나마 일용할 피주머니를 챙겨왔으니 망정이지. 자식의 추태는 그 어버이가 거둬야 하는 법.
개소리.
With that, Cassetti reached out toward the pile of blood bags on the ground, and this guy is just a discount Merceau. An armor of hardened blood materialized over the blood fiend's body. His sheer aggression and hatred was palpable enough to make her skin crawl.
혈액을 걷어들인 것으로 힘을 더욱 키운 것으로 보입니다.
아직 완전히 힘이 돌아오진 않았지만 이만하면
Is the guy the idea is from?
왕이 된 나의 행진에 어울릴만 하지.
Makes sense.
그렇죠. 자, 어디 덤벼봐라. 왕을 해하려는 반역자 놈들아.
I didn't actually read the story for him yet. For these IDs.
모조리 죽여서 조용히 만드는 거야.
Or blood you got. This guy's gonna have a bad day. You know what? We'll save Ish's orange for next turn. Don't offset his dodge. You gotten up from bed yet? Just been falling asleep. EP marble. Very tired.
왕의 비율을 하사한다.
Catboy or no? No catboys. Hi, Possum. Wrong chat? Yeah. Such is life. Catboys are cool though. Kind of people in general.
40 먹지.
Such is life in the non-catboy zone. It's a terrible place to live. Unfortunately, that's all of us. We are all in the non-catboy zone. Or catgirl zone. Cat person in general is the zone we lack outside of. Live outside of. And it sucks. A little bit. You know? Just kind of shitty. One quick break in the session. 10 unclashable. Double the amount of healed bites. Okay. So what if we just beat his ass so hard he staggered? Oh wait, no, he's speed 10. Well, I suppose if ever there was a time to do a thing. Maybe this will do it. Maybe this will get us a stagger. I think so. The tricky part of the fight unless you burst him down. We'll do our best. He just heals back up to full with this move. Can I stagger him during it? God, my fucking stream deck flashing. Connection's bad.
엎드리도록.
행진의 꽃. 이것이 서곡의
That's the hope.
피날레다.
You go. Hoping and praying.
왕의 비율을
Nope, there he goes.
이 행진을 끝내고 나는 진정한 왕으로 군림하는 것이다.
That's big heals. He sure is stacking a whole shitload of bleed on himself, though. We'll be alright. done, I need you to do me a favor. Malphas, you ordered to make him explode at Mach 10 speed and dealt 500 damage. That'll do it!
산소류 경을 온 라샹.
This is just a fight between two holy paladins in WoW. We're just gonna heal each other. We're just gonna heal until somebody fucking gives up. We lost it. I'm probably gonna have to redo this with a non-vampire team. Possible, but you just need to save your big moves to that burst damage. Issue either hits with fragility as well. This is a good point. That would have been a good thing to do. Yep, lost it.
합격점.
It heals so much, and everybody just got staggered. Yeah, I think this is lost. Yep, that's everybody dead too. My substitutes are in and none of them are leveled. Give up. Gotta restart it, redo it. Probably a different team just to make it less complicated for me.
어쩌면 잘된 일일지도 모르겠어. 가끔은 누군가 퍼레이드를 끝내줬으면 했으니까. 잠시 쉬어볼까?
Full stop duo incoming. That's actually, yeah, that's a really good idea. We should do that. That would be funny as hell. Rip in peace, Purple Rhodia. Yep, last one standing.
이제 좀 일다운 걸.
언제나 준비되어 있다. 언제나 준비되어 있다.
이제 좀 일다운 걸
The
시키나?
problem would be conserving ammo. I don't know about that.
지위를 받는 건
이번 의뢰는 몇 발이나 들고 가야 하냐?
걸맞는 곳이었.
명령하실 때까지.
지위를 받는 건
이번 의뢰는 몇 발.
이제 좀 일다운 걸 시키나?
다시죠. 파투페 2패 의뢰인가요? 네.
달리자, 로신한테!
Have also do the funny move. That's the hope.
살아서 돌아갈 수만 있다면.
네.
달리자!
내가
즉시 출격하겠습니다.
달리자, 로신한테!
Level 40 is rough. Yeah.
출발하지.
Level 32 is probably not doable. And, swap her out for something else. I mean, the paralyze would be useful. Malfaust is not really usable without... Wait, is she usable without Lord? Yeah, I think I'll just bring Malfaust instead. Malfaust is usable anywhere, even outside Rupture. She's ridiculous. She's very usable by Lewdsome, and we shall.
살아서 돌아갈
And
수만
we shall
있다면
try.
무엇이든.
Time for her to build up. Gotcha.
소재가 준비됐소? 소재가 준비됐소?
미의 출진으로군.
살아서 돌아가.
언제나
검은 가루.
그러든가.
검은 가루. 가시죠. 파투페 입회 의뢰인가요?
언제나
가시죠. 검은 가루.
소재가
You want to get
준비됐소?
her 5 button. You want to get 5 button, you need to get her passive going, which is doable by just countering and using S3. Alright.
나의 상대는 어디 있는가?
Oh, there are ads happening. This room. We've done this conversation before. Shut up. Do I want to counter first? Turn or use her S3 and then start counter and alternate? Can't remember. Definitely don't want to do a defense with Musou yet. Do that. No, it's a one-sided guard. That's not good.
타겟 포착 1시 방향.
무너지는군.
It doesn't matter if they're countering if you just fucking kill them.
간다. 너.
여긴 맡겨주세요.
Coughing blood bag versus hydrogen house. Yeah, you right.
초전 확대.
훌륭하군요.
골이 어지러지랄 테지.
The sheep is also going a little bit insane.
이것밖에 못하면 그렇게 서 있으면 목이 떨어질 수밖에.
어머해줘.
여긴 맡겨주세요.
Do I simply counter forever? Yes, this intervallo indeed. This last fight is a little bit more tricky than I'm usually having. I'm gonna say his Cassetti is a bit easier in Mirror Dungeon. That's good, because he definitely kicked my ass the first time I went in. Swapped teams and went with a lower level squad, which is probably gonna make its own issues. Thank you for the follow. Don still have horns? Yeah, Don still has horns. Is the music so damn good?
명령에 따르겠습니다.
Project Moon just knows what they're doing. There we go, one down. Somebody's getting their ass kicked with these boots, that's for sure.
Oh no, my sheep! 자, 공정은 필요 없겠죠?
You hit my sheep, those bastards. And there's Sasha?
피주머니로서 우월해지는 것인데.
Is it bad to just be countering forever? With my girl Faust? Is that unwise? Countering over her S1 is standard Asian game plan. Sick. These guys I can kind of take a hit from and we'll be okay, but I don't want to let anybody get smacked with fine. I don't want to give her a chance to get going on anything. cooldowns you got left? Well, S1 does fair damage with the speed conditional. This isn't an S1, is it? Could do full Heisho, you're just saying? I don't really have full Heisho. 10 plus speed to use coin once per skill. I have Sheep, Faust, Malfaust, and Lord Honglu. And that's it currently. Use Lord Honglu for this. I kind of need. I'm borrowing a full stop Heathcliff, so I'm using my full stop Honglu for the combos. If this doesn't work out properly, then I will probably switch Lord in.
마침표를! 이러면 쏠 수 있죠?
시야 확보. 쏜다.
Oh, come on. 14 HP.
화력, 추진! 각자의 위치가 있으니
You know, when Sinclair wants to go wild, Sinclair does some pretty good stuff. Ah, evaded. Fuck off.
어머해줘.
여긴 맡겨주세요.
A bit of knife support. Alright. Need to get rid of these clowns. While Sasha's staggered. So let's just kill them. No, actually, we'll do defense on that one. That one will just die. Does Dawn have horns? No, she doesn't. This guy's gonna get shanked by Honglu. Doesn't do 10 damage on no goddamn ants. For damage, pretty likely. 20s, probable, fine.
명령에 따르겠습니다.
Just losing immediately. God damn it, Sinclair. Get staggered?
간다.
여긴 맡겨주세요.
Yep, at least that one's playing off as I planned it.
전탄 격발.
That's what I was looking for. Solid damage, but now she's dead. Tangle Cleaver, I hardly know her. Ah! I'd like to tangle her cleaver or something. Extremely loud and direct buzzer noise. I don't know. I don't know where I was going with that. Somewhere, but somewhere stupid. Let's just kill the man. How much ammo do you have left, Honglu? An amount.
받아볼 테니까.
이제 깨우치시게.
기차 동정은 필요
Another
없겠죠?
death? Alright, here we are. Here we are fighting Kaseki.
떨지 않고 할 수 있어. 모조리 죽여서 조용히 만드는 거야.
Should I just funny kill him, Bullet? Like immediately? I can't dodge, it'll spend the skill. I need to hold on to it, at the very least, for, what do you call what's the thing? One still has horns. Maybe? Heathcliff has a lot of toys. Hope Marcel and Faust can get their own nukes off. Yeah. I'll spend 3 ammo. I don't have that much.
긴장하셨나요? 그럴 땐 크게 심호흡을 하면 도움이 된답니다.
Target spotted is skill 2 is headshot. Gains 3 plays and 2 plays count.
술 참고 있을 때 말 걸지 마라.
Each won't retreat if you still get the special bullet. Instead of drop it, yeah, that's probably a good idea. Unopposed. I was hoping to just eat his dodge. Sinclair's thing. There is a red. So can we get his funny skill rolling? Yeah, he could drop it next turn if I counter. now, and it did hit with the Savage Tiger Mark round version. Wait, is precision aim?
숨 참고 있을 때 말 걸지 마라.
That is deep cut. Yeah, we'll do this. We'll do this, and then we'll try and pull off a 3-side resonance next turn, maybe. Not sure about that one. Probably 2 at the very least.
사격 개시.
Fucking evaded it. Still got a hit off.
추진!
총알값 아까울 놈은
He's not doing his big fucking hit everybody in heal move yet. Did I save it? Can I hold the red? Let's see that. Let's get more counters going. I think I'm gonna save Hong Lu's reload for next turn. That's a bad offset.
불가 위야 막아내지 못하리.
All right, now he's doing it. OS3 Sag, such is life. Doesn't have traverse on it, does it? No. But this does. Pretty sure. Well, here's hoping.
명령에 따르겠습니다.
전력으로 상대하마. 전탄격발.
Well, that certainly fucking hurt him.
혼점만 노린다.
이 행진을 끝내.
Fuck.
나는 진정한 왕으로 군림하는 것이다.
God damn it. That wasn't enough, apparently.
너무 기대되는군.
Fucking clownery.
이 힘이 어디까지?
I don't know how, but it wasn't. I thought I heard it. I thought I saw it. But no. I did not. If I'd reloaded fucking Honglu's shit earlier. LeMayo, good hit, undies. Yep, pretty much. Oh, this was going well too. Failed to fully heal. Did he not? He looks like he's at full. Silly does not get staggered this turn, ends turn after using the skill. Does it fucking say that? Hold on, I should read things. Was it 1400 before the end of the turn? Cheater? Yep, does not get staggered this turn, ends turn after using the skill. Fucker. Absolute son of a bitch. Yeah. Yeah, it is. Do I keep trying?
받아볼 텐가.
됐어. 아니야. 오지 마.
I think this might be over. I'm not sure I can recover from that.
키스칼리프 지금 시야 확보. 쏜다.
I'll go better this time since he's got 5 less clash power. Didn't really help. I'm not sure if it'll get me. I'm not sure where I'm going. I need pride. I need pride resonance. So needs ammo. I know it hurts Merceau's damage. But it might be worth it just to hang in here a little while longer.
수많은 것들이 옥죄어 온다.
탄환 보급해드리겠습니다.
틈을 끊어.
그 삶의 마침표를. 키스칼리파 지금
폭로 지원한다.
Merceau gets a little bit of ammo back. Isn't the biggest deal. Oh, that fucking thing. That one heals. Who the fuck is clashing on this? Can you even do that? Hong Lu. I need to shoot him with a bigger gun. I shot him with the biggest gun I fucking have. I think I have to clash that one. The amount of hard could be bigger? Yeah, probably could.
탑입 도착 1시간.
He's taking hits. Big zero clash power is always nice to see on the enemy, that's for sure. Come on. We might do it. Merceau has his big red. It's a definite technical possibility. Oh, I'm hoping and hoping that we can. How many Tianju stacks does Mouse have? 5. Heathcliff's gonna run out of ammo this turn. one? Yeah, this motherfucker is one-sided dart. Okay, dollar counter. I'm going to use 10 for the funny to go off. If the secondary counter doesn't go off. Use an open attack. That's what I've not been doing properly. I've not been leaving something for her to secondary counter. I've not been leaving an attack open. That might have fixed things. Let's hope Merceau and Sinclair can manage it with their reds.
명령에 따르겠습니다.
Come on. Come on, big man.
전력으로 상대해봐.
That's gonna do it. Fucking love that skill. Tangle Cleaver is so good. Yeah, I bet having your knees broken by a 6-foot-tall Frenchman with a goddamn gunblade and set on fire hurts a lot, motherfucker. Get your vampire ass out of my train.
인간은 좋아. 하지만 이건 너무 아프잖아.
이 녀석 조각 내놓으려고 해도 자꾸 서로 달라붙어서.
이래서나 제압하기가 힘들 것 같은데요.
God damn it, Lazy. The mental fatigue finally got to Gregor and Sinclair, and they collapsed to the ground. The strange environment of warp trains was proving to be a significant boost to the Blood Fiend's regenerative ability. It's fucking annoying. The battle trudged on without an end in sight. At this point, we've already been fighting for much longer than we had at the K-Corp border checkpoint, or at the basement of Wuthering Heights. The sinners had all grown much stronger since then, but even they were reaching a breaking point. Fuck off, Hoyo Launcher. Don't tell me about bullshit. Don Quixote continues to wildly pummel the Blood Fiend with her lance, breaking, stabbing, and crushing him every time a body part regenerated. So distorts. That I feel like that would be bad for the vampire more than anyone else.
잠시 배가 고프다는 이유로 수많은 사륙을 저지른데 변명이 된다고
So
생각하니까
take his balls.
닥쳐! 너는 몰라. 200년 동안 먹은 피라고는 그 빌어먹게 끔찍한 아니야 떠올리기 싫어. 닥쳐! 조용히 해! 아니야 잘 못했어요. 제발 한 모금만 주세요. 소용없어. 아무리 찔러봤자.
이놈이 전부 진리 교정 곤죽으로 바뀔 때까지 공격을 멈추지 않겠다.
But the Blood Fiend's regeneration is so powerful that he's recovering as fast as Don Quixote is destroying him. He's regenerating at an insane rate. We can't. What are we supposed to do?
권석, 나의 자식! 난 내게 새로운 생명을 주고 이 연회를
Are you talking to
베풀어
Sasha? Didn't we
주었다.
kill her? Like actually kill her? Fully kill her?
너도 네 할 일을 해. 어버이의 은혜에 보답을 하란 말이다.
제가 어떻게...
이놈들의 약점을 찾아. 이놈이
Oh
내게
shit! They're about to
매달렸던
go after Dante.
저놈들이
They're gonna figure it
우리에게
out.
매달릴 수밖에 없는 이유를.
한 가지 짚히는 것이 있다면
Sasha began looking around wildly, surprised by Cassetti's sudden command.
저들이 저와 같은 위치 해결사들과 흡사한 전투 방식을 갖고 있다는 점이 있습니다. 의체를 가진 자들이 팔다리 하나 둘쯤 교체하면 된다는 생각으로 목숨의 소중함을 조금씩 잃듯이 저들도 자신의 목숨이 여러 개는 있다는데 경망스럽게 행동하더군요.
Ah shit.
지켜야 할 것이 없으니 싸움에만 집중하고 결국에는 이렇게 중요한 것을 쉽사리 흘리고 잊어버리자.
With one of her remaining arms, Sasha picked up from the ground the master key card Faust showed her in one of the previous cars. What? How the fuck?
막으세요, 돈키호테.
어버이시여, 당신께 바치겠습니다.
Oh no, my first class privileges! Don Quixote immediately leaped at the fixer, but one of her arms struck her away with great force. Ishmael and Marceau, who had been holding Cassetti down, were no match for his strength without Don Quixote's fury. The Blood Fiend threw them both to the side and grabbed the key card.
1등석 칸으로 갈 수 있는 열쇠입니다. 이것으로 더 많은 피주머니를, 왕국의 번영을.
I feel like that would be a bad idea. Cassetti examines the master keycard with clear interest. Without that keycard, we'll be trapped inside this train for thousands of years until it reaches its destination.
단테. 파우스트의 정보와 지식에 접근할 수 없던 지금의 저는 나름의 최선을 통해 오늘의 난관을 해치우고 있었다고 생각했습니다. 하지만 마스터 카드키가 저자에게 넘어간 지금으로서는 모든 것이 더욱 불확실해졌군요. 아마 그 원인을 따져본다면
Faust took a deep breath, as if she was about to take a deep dive into the source of all this trouble.
지금껏 파우스트에게 너무 의지해왔던 탓일 테죠.
From what I can tell, Faust has always been operating based on information she received from Faust. So a situation like this, where she has to make decisions on her own, must be unfamiliar to her. But Faust is an exceptional sinner, with or without Faust. I've been thinking the same thing about myself, actually. That I might have been relying too much on that perfect Faust. Oh, but even without Faust, you've still guided us masterfully. After analyzing the information we brought to you, maybe uncertainty itself doesn't always have to be a problem for us. Remember? Thus the lack of plan itself becomes the plan. You said it yourself. A long time ago.
그렇군요. 저는 파우스트 중에서도 불확실성을 믿는 파우스트니까요. 마스터 카드키를 빼앗긴 것은 수많은 불확실성 중 단 하나일 뿐. 확실한 건
Sometimes a bitch needs a little bit of a confidence boost.
저자나 우리 둘 다
Sometimes
절박하다는 것이죠.
you just need a little bit of morale.
그렇다면 협상을 하는 수밖에요.
보아하니 저놈은 회복시키는 능력이 있는 듯한데 지금부터는 한 놈도 회복시키지 마. 알겠냐? 이 열쇠가 산산조각 나는 꼴을 보고 싶지 않다면.
쌀이 협상이라니 어찌 그런...
Stop kicking my ass. Those are my first terms. I didn't have the time to regenerate Don Quixote's severe injuries just yet, and the rest of the sinners were already unconscious. Aside from Faust, anyway. The only sinner who could still move and talk was Faust, whom I just rewound the clock for. Yeah, let's do that.
그럼 카세트, 장소를 이동하는 것은 어떻겠습니까? 저와 단테 씨만이 가겠습니다. 그곳에서는 당신을 공격하지 않겠다는 의사를 확실히 하죠.
There is no doubt in my mind that Cassetti must also be exhausted by the unending barrage of attacks from Don Quixote and the sinners. So, Faust's suggestion that we move this conversation to a different place without the sinners must have sounded pretty sweet to him.
아무도 없는 곳으로?
네, 당신도 알다시피 이 앞칸에는 화물칸이 있습니다. 그곳에서 서로의 원하는 바를 이야기해보죠.
보아하니까 저 시계놈이 너희들의 왕인가 보군. 그렇지. 네놈은 그 종이고.
그렇습니다.
They lead him to the toilet and flush him down it. It would be fitting for such a bug. But...
왕끼리 대화해야지.
Hi. We'll be back in a minute, Don. Don't worry. Thus we left the incapacitated sinners and Don Quixote, who watched on with hollow, despondent eyes as we walked away. We carefully made our way into the freight car. So, Faust, why are we doing this in the freight car again?
단테, 저는 처음으로 도박이란 것을 해보려고 합니다.
What? With that, the door closed shut behind us. Are we gonna try to stuff him into Mephistopheles or something? Are we going to feed the vampire to Meppy and hope that Meppy eats him?
나를 들뜨게 만드는 일은 많지 않지만 이번엔 그 귀중한 경우의 수에 들어맞았군. 잘 놀다 간다. 회수하지 않은
They're insane, which isn't news. Imagine infinite biomass for fuel. You know, there is something to be said for the idea. Karen, get him! Well done. Yeah, I think Karen's in one of the pods though. So this passageway leads straight into Mephistopheles?
그래, 처음부터 이게 문제였어. 이 망할 버스가 내 수면을 방해했다고. 화물칸이 이 버스로 가득 차지만 않았어도 이렇게 일찍 퍼레이드를 열 계획도 권속을 만들 계획도 없었는데.
I had a feeling it had something to do with Mephistopheles being in the cargo.
연결된 것 같습니다.
Connection? The suddenness of her statement briefly knocked me off my train of thought. I looked at her. Fucking ads. Alright, I need to pee anyway. We'll be right back. Alright, welcome back from the ads. The funniest part about all this is just even if we do bad end, Virgilius is still in the train car. Yeah, I was about to say that. I was about to say that when he was just like, he has the key card. The problem is if we do bad end. It wasn't there a whole thing earlier about how people who get like fucked up and blood fiended can't get brought back at the end of the train ride? Was that a thing? Pretty much. So the problem with that is Dante would still be dead. Doesn't mean the world ceases to exist, though. I mean, yeah, the world continues to truck along, but the team and the game would be over, which would suck. Anyway, the suddenness of her statement briefly knocked me off my train of thought. I looked at her and cocked my head in confusion, and she replied with an even quieter whisper without looking away from the blood fiend.
메피스토 팰리스에 탑승한 것으로 파우스트와의 연결이 복구되었습니다.
Well then, did you know that this would work?
아니요. 아까도 말했다시피 도박이었습니다. 확률 자체도 계산하기 어려운 불확실한 저의 가정이었죠. 실제로 성공해보니 로자 씨가 왜 도박을 좋아하는지 조금은 알 것 같네요.
Faint smile momentarily appears on Faust's lip as he jests, then fades away.
연결이 되었으니 워프 열차에 들어가면 파우스트와 단절된다는 중요한 정보를 누락한 것에 대해 게젤샤프트 관리직 파우스트들에게 즉시 항의를 하고 싶습니다만 제가 이 상황에 대한 타개법을 찾는 것이 우선이겠네요. 다분히 의도적인 누락이라고 저는 생각하지만 아니길 바랍니다.
He certainly sounds back to normal. Faust gently advanced toward the
협상에
blood
대한
fiend.
이야기를 하시죠. 어떻게 하면 그 마스터 카드 키를 돌려주실 거죠?
원래 같았으면 니놈들을 피주머니로 만든 후에 남김없이 마시려고 했지만 보통의 인간들이랑 다르군. 나는 이 왕국이 들키지 않고 조용히 아주 오랫동안 유지되길 원한다. 그리고
Welcome to the chat,
너희들은
Aldor.
이곳을 나가는 것이 목표지. 안 그래? 카드 키를 받고 너희가 있던 이 1등석으로 돌아가면 우리는 이곳에서 아무 일 없던 것처럼 지낼 거야. 열차가 도착하면 너희는 내려 각자가 있을 곳으로 돌아가는 거야. 어때?
아무 일 없었던 것처럼.
This guy, it's so easy to make this deal backfire on him. Also, I'm really enjoying how many of y'all are coming in here to see this for the first time. Or to see me do it for the first time. Very cool. I'm deeply enjoying this game and streaming it. Faust, what about the job where we were contracted to do in the first place? Which I'm pretty sure is getting rid of this guy. Love you some Limbus and binged my VODs yesterday. Oh, cool. Thanks for coming into one of the live broadcasts.
기억과 흔적까지 통째로 사라질 저희는 의뢰의 성패 여부를 넘길 방법조차 없습니다.
This game is so good.
저 혈기를 해치울 수 있다면 적어도 사건이 해결되었다고 W사에게 통보받을 수 있겠지만 이렇게 되면 저희는 단순한 힌트도 제공하지 못할 것이고 의뢰는 실패로 돌아가겠죠. 하지만 그보다 당신과 수감자들의 정신적 안정을 확보하는 것이 더 중요합니다.
It It's not like we've always been successful, so that was something I could live with, but what about the other passengers of this train and its future passengers? I remember the look on Don Quixote's face whenever we would come across these inevitable forms of injustice. Faust does not reply. Yet the lack of reply was a reply all on its own. Are we gonna have to let them die? Innocent lives will be lost. We cannot prioritize their lives over our safety. That must be Faust's and the company's policy. And yet... Did she fight her way in here? Dawn? I thought her wounds were too severe for her to even crawl, let alone walk, but with sheer will, she pushed herself through the pain to reach the freight car. I love this insane little gremlin.
비겁하고 악독한 차를 아무 일도 없다는 듯이 보내줄 순 없네.
저놈이 또? 그럼 이 열차에 계속 갇혀 있겠다는 거냐? 나는 알고 있어. 내가 이 열쇠를 부수기만 하면 너희는 억겁의 시간 동안 이곳에 살아.
Don Quixote.
악인의 만행을 못 본 채 하고 앞으로 향하는 이곳에서 놈을 계속해서 처단할 것이니.
That's pretty fucking metal. Faust and I grabbed Don Quixote. She'd normally be strong enough to wriggle free of our grips, but she'd already pushed herself beyond her limits merely by walking here.
파우스트군, 이거 놓으시게. 나리도 이러면 안 되는 것이오.
Don Quixote, letting him destroy that key means that you'll be condemning the sinners to thousands of years of torment.
본인이 잡지에서 보았던 재밌는 이야기라도 잔뜩 해주겠다네. 다 같이 노력하면 아무리 긴 세월이어도 견딜 수 있지 않겠는가?
그것으로 해결되지 않으리란 건 돈키호테 씨도 알고 있다고 생각합니다.
그러면 다른 방법이 있지 않겠는가? 파우스트 군도 관리자 나리도 똑똑한 사람들이지 않을까? 저 악한 자도 벌하고 수감자들도 괜찮을 수 있는 방법은 정녕 없는 겐가?
Her struggle begins to wane, but this was no acceptance. This was dejection. Well, wait, Don, no. In the commotion, we failed to notice that the Blood Fiend had been quietly advancing at us. We let Don Quixote go at the last second. A second too late.
어버이시여.
Oh no.
허가 없이 한 번 더 만드는 것을
What are you fucking doing?
용서하소서. 지금부터 네가 나의 두 번째 권속이 되는 거다.
That is some teeth that guy got. Holy shit. Cassetti screams incoherently as he leaps onto Don Quixote, piercing her neck with his fangs, before we even had the chance to do anything. Fuck.
설마 이런 식으로 해결이 될 거라고
You didn't. What the fuck are you talking about, Faust? What do you mean? How is this a solution?
다시 한번 열람한 정보에 의하면
What is she going to? Is she going to?
제 뒤에서 벗어나지 마세요.
Oh no.
그리고 지금부터 일어나는 일은 절대 다른 수감.
Don Quixote levitates slightly into the air, the strings on her shoes unraveling as they slip off her feet on their own? She looks on with bewilderment as her running shoes fall to the floor. And... I've always had this question swirling at the unfocused backstage of my mind. Why are you always so protective of those running shoes, Dawn?
어? 운동화? 아, 우리 로신한테를 말하는 것인가?
Yeah, those running shoes.
본인은 수많은 모험을 이 로신한테와 함께 해왔네. 슬플 때나 기쁠 때는 물론이고 어떤 고난이 닥쳐와도 언제부터인가 내 곁을 떠나지 않고 지켜주었던 벗이지.
He doesn't know when she got them?
자, 관리자 나리도 로신한테에게 인사하시게.
No, I think I'm good.
헤이, 쑥스러워하지 말고 어서.
꼬질꼬질 냄새가 날 것 같아. 꼬맹이가 째깍이 냄새 고문시키고 있어.
Oh, Karen.
로신한테는 냄새 나지 않네. 로신한테는 보기에는 이래도 엄청나게 깨끗한. 그리고 본인도 꼬맹이 아니.
I'm sorry, Dawn, but you are short. Don't tell me you go to sleep wearing those Rocinante.
관리자 나리. 로신한테 안부까지 신경 써주다니 그거 참 친절하군.
What in the fuck are we about to learn? I didn't mention that this question was inspired by numerous eyewitness reports from other sinners who saw her wandering the halls in her pajamas and wearing Rocinante.
잘 때는 물론이고 본인은 어느
Yes.
상황이든 간에
That is
로신한테와
correct,
떨어질
Lazy.
수 없는 사이일세. 단지 필요할 때만 찾는 사이가 아닌 모든 순간에도 함께라는 뜻이지.
Now that I think about it, every single identity of Don Quixote also wears that pair of running shoes. Rocinante. Have you ever taken them off?
벗는다니 그게 무슨 소리요? 로신한테를 떼어낸다는 것인가? 관리자 나리도 엉뚱한 소리를 다 하는군.
He looks at me with puzzled eyes, as though taking those pair of running shoes off was somehow an inconceivable idea. It was something much more than just her favorite pair of running shoes. Her attitude about it was totally detached from common sense, too. She didn't notice anything strange about herself. I mean, in fairness, Dawn is herself totally detached from common sense. What does Rocinante mean to Don Quixote? What even is that thing? Nah. I assume that's a lot of blood. An overwhelmingly powerful pressure suddenly explodes, radiating in all directions, as the metallic stench of blood suffocates the bus, filling every corner of it with its sickening horror. I'm glad you have another quick break for this. I had a feeling you might want to be here. Then, darkness.
말도 안 돼.
That's... I have that ID! Oh god, she was a tomato all along. That's not an identity, that's Canon Dawn? In all absorbing darkness, voices are only light.
당신은 제2 권속 지금까지 어떤 일렁임도 뿜어내지 않고서
I do think I saw a faint shimmering. It was red, and she wore a long fur adornment of sorts. And through the shimmering, I think I saw, red eyes.
폐륜이고 금기고.
I know that voice, but I also don't. I've never heard it in such a low, imposing tone before. It speaks toward the lesser being. The blood fiend, shriveled and kneeling, trembling, Pathetic.
선조시여 일마리 자비를, 둘째 권속이시여 일마리 자비를, 둘째 권속이시여 일마리 자비를.
What fucking kindred is this dumbass? Crimson droplets of blood slowly rise around the blood fiend's mouth before congealing and sealing his mouth shut.
이놈은 감히 나와 섞을 수 있는 말이 없다. 아니, 피를 거스르는 폐륜의 죄악을 저지른 채로 내 눈앞에 서 있는 것부터 용납되지 않는군. 굳어지고 다시 녹아내려라.
Cassetti's body begins liquefying into a slick stream of blood, his form curdling and crumbling, then dripping to the ground. He melts rapidly, yet ponderously, like that ice cream Don Quixote loved so much, puddling on the floor heated under the searing sun. Don Quixote turned to look at me, who was still on the ground after being thrown by the shockwave. And with a cryptic look of pity, she uttered something.
그래, 그대가 그 약속의 시계인가?
Something I couldn't quite understand.
나에게 로신한테를
Chinante.
부탁하지.
I carefully reached out, grabbed her shoes, and slipped them onto her bare feet one by one. She gasped, stumbled, and plumped to the ground. This is the strangest World of Darkness lore I have ever experienced. Behold, the elder vampire we bound with a pair of running shoes. I know it looks to be more than it is, but still. Prince Merceau is third, Cassetti is sixth. Yeah, Merceau I know for sure is third. It looked earlier. Merceau upscale. Always knew he was better. He was fucking... God, that was... I had no idea that that was actually just the real Dawn without her shoes on. I joke, but you think they like WAD a lot? I wouldn't be surprised. I feel like it would it seems like it would be their speed. Yeah. Imagine attacking a goober only to awaken a second generation ancient immortal ancestor. Yeah, attacking some weird dork in the middle of LA only to find out that it's actually Kane or some shit. And then you just get your ass beat because you're a dumbass. You know, it fits.
누가 납득되게 설명해 주실 분이 계신가요?
It would be on brand for Kane? Yeah. Yeah, it would. You stumble, looking down at what you've stepped on. It's a pair of J's. You follow the legs they're attached to, up and up into the unimpressed face of Kane himself. Kinda, it's still a Mirror World ID, just one that reveals more of her nature. Coughing vampire versus hydrogen goober. God, I want to dump this stupid idea into one of the World of Darkness channels and Discords that I'm part of, just to see what people do with it, but I don't know how to word it. So dumb. It's so good. I knew that the sinners would all be shocked and confused. After all, when they, including Faust and Don Quixote, all came back to life after I rewound the clock. Only ID that doesn't have Rocinante on. You know, I never noticed. I know some of you aren't really, like, aware of all of the things about me since they don't come up a whole shitload during, Limbus Company discussion, but of the body parts I could be fixated on, I really just don't give a shit about feet. So I don't look at them usually. Unless the footwear extends above the shin, I usually don't pay attention or care. Local brainlet weeaboo is secretly very depressed second ancestor of an entire blood fiend clan. Yeah, it's kind of crazy. Oh, I love that kind of shit. It's so silly. All that remained was the destroyed door to the freight car and the disgusting, obliterated remains of what was once Cassetti.
혈기와의 반복된 전투로 대부분 정신을 잃은 상태였다.
Yeah?
관리자님의 조치는 적절하다.
그랬지.
I can't explain it to you. Good work though. Y'all really fucking bloodied their nose
여기서
for a while there.
셋을 제외한 인원으로 설명을 요구한다면 그 인원에게 물어보는 것이 정확할 것이다.
Wait.
뭐라?
What?
그 셋이 누군데?
파우스트. 관리자님. 그리고 아직 의식을 되찾지 못한 돈키호테다.
뭐야, 그런 거예요?
Wow, you're spot on. When did you fucking figure that out, man?
의식이 꺼지기 바로 직전 발걸음과 목소리를 통해 파악하였습니다.
Jesus Christ himself.
어떻게 된 거냐 그래서? 쟤는 또 왜 안 깨어나는 건데?
깊은 잠에 빠진 듯하군요. 생명에는 지장이 없으니 곧 정신을 차리실 겁니다.
Yeah, we should probably just let her have her nap. She's had a rough day. I remember everything, of course. Don Quixote's sudden transformation. How she practically erased the Blood Fiend and his kindred from the world without even moving a finger. But I also remember Faust's last words.
그리고 지금부터 일어나는 일은 절대 다른 수가
Donna huffed too much glue, you know? You know how it is? She just tired herself out fighting the vampire. Don't worry about it. Don Quixote was unconscious and Faust was answering every question with silence. It was only natural that everyone would turn to me for some answers. That's, you know... Oh.
그러고 보니 제일 중요한 카드키는
Where is the key card?
어디 있는 건가요?
Last I remember, it was in Cassetti's hands.
지금은 녹아내려버린 그럴듯한 꼴이 되었지.
Yeah, I suppose he would be by your standards.
그러면 그제가 들고 있었다던 카드 키는
That I don't know. Faust?
반액체 상태가 되었다. 이자의 손가락뼈와 같이 섞여 있군. 가운데 손가락인 듯하다.
Oh, that's not good. Shit.
다들 침착하세요.
Oh God, the fuckhead music is on.
담배를 더 챙겨왔어야 했는데.
그 힘으로 열어봐도 되지 않냐?
마스터 카드키가 없어도 상황을 해결할 수 있습니다.
Heathcliff is immediately like, you know what? Maybe we should just kill ourselves. Maybe we should just fucking end it. I would rather honestly just submit myself to instant obliteration rather than spend 10,000 years in this fucking train with you people.
여러분에게 해결 방법을 완전히 이해시키기 위해 약 5시간 정도가 소요될 것으로 예상됩니다. 그러니 요약해서 말씀드리죠.
이거 다시 재수 없어졌네.
God,
메피스토 팰리스의
fantastic.
뒷문을 이용하면 됩니다.
The steely confidence in her declaration was more than enough to win us all over. So, we headed to the corridor past the back door, Don Quixote slung over one of our shoulders, probably Merceau's, because he's a fucking brick. Or Rhodia. and arrived at our destination.
무슨 일을 겪어온 것이냐고 물어볼 수밖에 없는 몰골이군.
You know,
후두둑,
usual
후두둑.
Limbus Company shit. Grains of sand and seashell-like things fell with every step the sinners took.
설명은 뒷사람 해줄 거야.
Hey, somebody poke a stick on that second-generation blood fiend. Unpoke me.
그게 어떻게 된 것이냐 하면 입안이 꺼끌거리는구려.
What the fuck did you... Wait, some time ago... Faust explained the gist of this plan as we made our way to the back door.
간단히 말하면 열차가 아닌 공간에서 시간을 보내는 것입니다. A사 표준 시간으로 단 10초, 그 정도의 시간만 기존 차원에서 보낸다면 자연히 이 열차는 도착해 있을 테니까요.
I see. And with that, Faust came to a sudden stop in the middle of one of the corridors.
잠깐. 문이 이렇게나 많고 많은데 망설이지도 않고 그렇게 덥석 열어도 되는 거야?
네, 이 문이 맞습니다. 안전은 보장하죠.
아니 이 문을 열면 뭐가 있는지 정도라도 알려줘야지.
굿해요. 그 이상의 정보까진 확인하지
no.
않았습니다. 예상치 못한 걸 마주하게 되는 경험도 훗날을 위해 필요할 테니까요.
뭐? 야, 그럼
Faust did not wait for Heathcliff to finish his sentence before jerking the door wide open.
지금입니다. 모두 이 안으로.
With Faust's stern command, we quickly walked into a building that looked like a derelict, abandoned hospital of sorts.
모래폭풍 수준이네요. 이건
뭐야 여기 실내 아니야?
Yeah, even indoors, sandstorms can really fucking get you.
눈이 안 떠져요.
입에 모래가... 이게 설마 모래바람이야? 천장도 멀쩡히 달려있는데...
5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
I think Lazy asked if Dawn was a vampire because of the ID, and everyone who knew instantly froze. Sometimes we ask questions not knowing that they're actually reasonable. The sinners blurted out a series of colorful complaints, trying to cover themselves in the blasting sandstorm. Faust continued to count in that same indifferent rhythm before dragging us out of there just as urgently as she had ushered us in. We are the Quixote-lings, and we have come for your fixers in blood. Get out of my house! So, oh god, the farty tubas are back. We managed to return safe and sound to the interiors of the warp train as it arrived at the P-Corp platforms. As the train was still getting cleaned up, that is, and with our bodies completely covered in sand. I forgot what you said, but you asked about it. Yeah, I think I remember that.
멀쩡한 승객이잖아. 어떻게?
Don't worry about it. We were so happy to be done with this whole ordeal that even the W Corp cleanup agents in the middle of a cleanup mission looked downright hospitable.
저희는 귀사의 의뢰를 받고 워프 열차에 탑승한 림버스 컴퍼니 소속 직원입니다.
아, 팀장님이 사전에 고지했던 그분들이시군요. 정말로 기억을 갖고 있네요.
그러고
Lazy is a
보니
pretty
저기
clever
있는
bastard
수면용 포드에
sometimes.
직원분이 자고 계세요.
He shitposts like a pro and hides
그거
insights
듣기만
unknown.
해봤는데 한번 확인해보죠.
We walked over to the hidden compartment behind the chair that the cleanup agent crawled into. Inside it was...
아무도 없는데요.
응? 여기가 아니었나?
이곳이 맞다. 그럼에도 여기에 들어갔던 사람이 없다는 것은
역시 멀쩡할 리가 없나? 뭔가 잘못 보신 게 아닐까요?
No. I doubt that.
피곤해서 잘못 본 모양이네요. 그럼 저희는 이만 나가보겠습니다.
There's another vampire out there. Faust cut the conversation short before the other sinners began asking too many questions. Now that I became intimately familiar with the meaning of that gesture, I followed her outside without another word.
도착한 곳이요?
It honestly tells you he became the wayward traveler guy you fight in MD sections. You know, yeah, I could believe that.
오늘따라 올해도 퍼져더만 이제 왔겠냐?
알겠다. 자세한 상황은 버스로 이동 중에
That's
듣도록
probably
하지.
for the best, Virgilius.
W사의 관련 보고를 송부하는
Bill.
것은 ACCA를 통해
Virgilius was already there when we arrived, discussing the events aboard the train with Faust. He looked oddly apprehensive.
나는 카론을 데리고 메피스토 팰레스의 결속 해제를 지켜보도록 하지. 아무래도 관리자가 당신한테 할 말이 많아 보이는 분침을 하고 있는 것 같거든. 자리를 비켜주겠다.
Is Virgilius actually learning to understand facial expressions from a clock? I was finally able to ask Faust once Virgilius left. Why did you do that? Faust's body was quite literally blasted to pieces from the sheer explosive pressure that filled the room the moment Don Quixote's shoes came off. Which is a hell of a fucking sentence. Hold on. Let me just read that again. Faust's body was quite literally blasted to pieces from the sheer explosive pressure that filled the room the moment Don Quixote's shoes came off. There are so many ways to take that out of context. It's fucking killing me. Simply slapping that into somewhere somebody who has no idea about this entire game can read it would be fucking amazing. Don Quixote Yuri bottom Faust reel. Don Quixote Yuri wins again. There's also the Dawn shoes are literally so stinky that when she takes her shoes off, they obliterate Faust's entire existence until Dante turns the clock. See, Lazy is thinking what I was thinking. That was just an unholy gift of Nurgle unleashed on the bus, and it killed Faust. I thought she knew that it was gonna happen. I thought she knew she was going to be obliterated by Don Quixote's foot stank. Dead man switch against the foot fetishes. Don Quixote fears the feet people so much that she installed a bomb into her body that goes off as soon as her shoes come off.
당신의 몸이 터져버리는 것보다 당연히 나은 선택이었으니까요.
You know, fair enough.
죽는다는 것을 거의 알고 있었음에도 시계를 돌리게 만든 것은 죄송하게 생각하고 있습니다.
No, I'm not blaming you for that. I just want to know how long you've known that, you know, Don's a vampire. Don's like a second-gen vampire.
그것이라면 LCB가 결성될 때부터 파악하고 있었습니다. 베르길리우스도 봤습니다.
Oh. Of course you both knew.
단지 관리자에게 적절한 때에 정보를 개방하라는 LCA 상부의 지침이 있었을 뿐입니다.
And that appropriate moment was back there?
제 개인의 판단으론 그렇습니다.
Fair enough.
파우스트를 포함한 모든 연락이 두절된 상태이니 본사의 허락을 받을 수도 없는 노릇이었죠.
Right.
자세한 연유는 알 수 없겠으나 돌아왔구려.
Returned. That was a layered word. We've returned to one of the warp platforms in our own dimension. We've returned to our daily lives of speculating about what's next in our path. And usual Faust, reconnected to Faust, has returned.
그렇습니다.
Faust quietly affirms Yisong's rather nebulous question.
비록 농으로 물어보는 것이지만 언젠가 다시 만날 수도 있겠소?
Got a puzzled look at Yisong.
나름대로 꽤 유쾌한 만남이지 않았는가?
Yisong slipping into the Faust Court DMs. Yeah, he is. Yisong mused unambiguously before leaving us. Well then. The incident at the warp train was such a chaotic mess that it felt shorter than it really was, but it was also an opportunity to learn a lot of terrible things. But we survived. It was too soon to start racking our brains about what kind of nonsense trial we were about to face in P-Corp, so I decided to enjoy this momentary peace and perhaps just fucking exist.
대체 피사엔 어떻게 도착했단 말인가? 아이, 목구멍은 왜 이리 답답한 것이고?
설명하기엔 너무 지쳤어.
Somehow the only one with game? That's not true.
진짜
I'm pretty sure both Rodian and Greg have game. In addition to which, Ishmael had a fucking
방금 귀에 마지막
thing
남은
going
모래알갱이가
with
떨어져 나갔네요.
what's her name? The sinners look at Don Quixote's bewildering awakening grin. Bewildered awakening grin. There's no way to know that what we'll be facing here at District 16, where P-Corp was located, but well, we got this, right? Queequeg? Yeah, thank you. I'm bad at names. Same faith I saw in the Faust, who believes in uncertainty, rises within me too. I looked up to Faust, only to see that Faust was looking at me as well. Queer Quig. She nodded at me with her usual, barely noticeable smile, and I gave her a light nod back in return. Time to go find ourselves another golden bow. God, they really just said Faust was obliterated by the explosion caused by fucking Don Quixote's shoes coming off. Honestly, I could just post that in places, and even people who play the fucking game, or who just started the game, would have literally no idea when that will show up. There's no fucking way to tell. Trying to picture how fucking ridiculous nodding a clock would look. I mean, it looks exactly like nodding a head. Dante still has a neck. There's just a clock on top of it instead of a normal head. Oh. So that's why they revealed Don Quixote's nature to us. We're going to La Mancha Land. You know, I figured that might have something to do with it. I had a feeling it might be coming up soonish. La Blanca Gland. That's right. Oh. It's time for Quixote Kanto. I'm so looking forward to this. It is once again time for Peak. I mean, is there a Kanto in this game that isn't Peak? They've all been really good. I guess Greg's was kind of mid in comparison to all of them, because it was really short feeling, and also just kind of like the intro to the whole game, really. Don Quixote. But it's not really mid at all. It's just kind of like not as peak compared to the others. The first three are still bookmarks rather than them being actual cantos. Yeah, definitely. They definitely are significantly less fleshed out than we are in P core. God damn it, that's true. Fuck. That's not why I thought it was coming up, but you make a good point. I'm not even going to give myself enough credit to say that that made sense in the back of my head, somewhere in my non-thinking lizard brain, but yeah, that... Oh dear. Oh no, the music. Which treats the life and the contracts of the not-so-famous but valiant Don Quixote, is the name of the first chapter of this canto.
밤이
First
서둘러
page.
다가온다 해도 이 어둠을 헤치고 나아가 세상에 둘도 없는 가족의 축복과 친절한 허락을 받으며 모든 위험한 것들을 물리치고 행복에 닿을 수 있을 것이니 의심할 여지 없이 오늘 나에게 일어날 모험 또한 기가 막히겠구나. 그리고 우리에게 일어날 모험이기도 하지. 다들 기억하지? 무릇 해결사란 생각은 순수하게, 말은 정직하게, 행동은 관대하게. 모험은 용맹스럽게 하고 고난은 견뎌가며 어려운 자들에게는 자비롭게 마지막에는 목숨을 걸고서라도 꿈을 잡으러 가는 거야. 이 중 하나라도 지키지 못한다면 내가 찾아와서 너희 둘의 머리통을 때릴 테니까 언제나 긴장하며 똑바로 나아가도록.
그거 참 치사한 협박이 아닐 수 없군. 나를 치사하네. 치사하다 말했네.
What the fuck do you want from me, Don? What is it this time? What the fuck?
이 몸에 차례가 온 줄 알았는데.
I mean, you did shine. Rather forcefully, one might say.
해내고 싶었는데.
I'm...
신문에 제대로 이름을 날릴 수도 있었을 절호의 기회였는데.
Returning to P-Corp's warp train station seemed to always remind Don Quixote of our last misadventure. He'd repeated that exact same complaint a few times by now.
그런데 왜 그렇게 얼굴 표정이 우거지상인
We're a
것인가?
great shiny beacon of heroics. Don't worry about it. Look, girl, I don't even have a face, let alone an expression. I don't know what the fuck you want from me.
그렇지 않소 나리. 보이지 않는 것인겐가?
I mean, kind of. I kind of see.
심지어 남들이 하찮다고 하는 풀떼기라 하더라도 다 마음이란 것이 있다네. 그러니 당연히 표정도 있을 수밖에. 그렇기에 우리는 어떤 것이든 약하다여 무시하지 말고 올곧은 마음으로 정의를 항상 행해야 한다. 이 말일세.
I guess you can unmute, press this button. Thank you, Subway. Appreciate the subs. It really does mean a lot to me, man. You don't have to pay me. Hey, Don, can you hear me? You gonna fucking wake up? Don Quixote regards me silently. Well, that's some eldritch being who I can't help but wish is Don Quixote at me. Having it on mute count as not a viewer, by the way? I don't think it doesn't. No. I I'm pretty sure it still counts. It's not like Twitch fucking tells me, but I think so. Still counts? Yeah. I think the real trigger for counting you as a viewer is what is chatting. Saying something in chat is one of the more reliable ones, but it's hard to know. Yeah, having the tab open is probably a bigger deal. She opens her mouth. My instinct is screaming at me to not listen to her, but... Don Quixote?
끝난 것인가?
No. I don't think it's ended.
그런가? 나에게 로신한테를 부탁하지.
I don't know if I gave her the right answer. Well, my answer was an almost instinctual relay of a thought that manifested in my head. Don Quixote closes her eyes upon hearing my reply, as though drifting away into a gentle, pleasant dream. And I carefully slipped the ragged pair of running shoes she called Rocinante onto her feet. And I make a silent wish. Let her blood-red eyes never ever open again.
벌써 도착한 것이 아니! 이게 어떻게 된 것인가? 우리가 쫓던 그 악독한 혈기가 어찌하여 흔적도 없이 사라져 버렸는가?
He makes the funniest goddamn noises, man. Her VA is such a treasure.
설마 나리가 그 자를 잡은 것인가?
Quick, stop her before she detonates. She's going super critical.
아쉽긴 하네. 우리 중에 파우스트랑 단테 말곤 아무도 마지막 장면을 보지 못했다는 건.
Fucking, I love this shit.
엄밀히 말하자면 그 자리에 저자도 있었다. 혈귀를 눈앞에 두고 볼썽사납게 기절해버렸다. 림버스 컴퍼니의 수치 그 자체로군.
림컴수 한심.
Hold on.
기절한 건 똑같지 않냐?
What the fuck? Hold on. What the fuck are we talking about? Ah, she is shaming Don Quixote for fucking passing out. No, the ads. Balls. Balls, balls, balls. How we doing, chat? Y'all having a good time about it? You know, I probably should have gone and get some fucking. You know what? I'll be right back. This'll take. I think I'm that fast.
역시 저라도 남아 있었어야 했는데 말입니다.
그렇게 혈기가 무서웠던 거예요, 돈키호테 씨? 괜찮아요. 전 이해할 수 있어요.
진정한 영웅은 각종의 모욕에도 구태의연하게 견뎌야 하는 법.
확실히 결정적인 순간을 놓친 건 로자 씨 말대로 좀 아쉽긴 하네요. 저희가 본 건 열차 안에 터져 있는 그 혈귀의 파편들과 어떻게 해야 할지 감이 안 온다는 분위기를 풀풀 풍기는 단테뿐이었거든요.
맞네! 깨워주지 그랬는가! 이 양뺨 싸다구를 철썩 때리는 한이 있더라도!
그래서 정확히 무슨 일이 일어났었던 건가요?
네? 그게 이것만 계속했는데 대체 뭘 말해줬다는 거죠?
혹시 머리에 불길이 치솟으면서 횡설수설하셨던 그때처럼 정신착란 증세를 보인 것은 아니십니까?
아니다라. 그럼 상대를 바꿔서 다른 목격자셨던 파우스트 씨 하신 말씀 있으신가요?
구테어 파우스트 쪽에서 전달드릴 내용은 없을 것 같군요.
그럼 다시 탄테 씨에게.
자, 너희가 주의 깊게 들어야 하는 전달 사항이 있다. 알다시피 우리는 피사에서 의뢰를 받았다. 매번 같은 패턴이니 이제는 설명해주지 않아도 감을 잡고 있겠군.
네네. 이번에도 뒤틀림인지 환상체인지 때려잡고 넘기고 볶고 뒤지고 뭐 그러시겠다고?
그리고 끝에 가서는 황금가지를 우리가 차지할 수 있는 의뢰라는 것도 알고 있네.
그래, 저 둘이 대답할 정도면 나머지도 확실하게 알고 있다는 거겠지. 하지만 이번 작전의 형태는 조금... 아니, 정정하지. 상당히 달라졌다. 어쩌면 지금까지의 작전 중에 제일 껄끄러워질 수 있을 거다.
뭐 안 그랬던 작전이 있었나요? 갑자기 이 인원의 3배 정도 되는 사람들 사이에서 단체로 움직이거나 하면 좀 껄끄러울 수는 있겠지만
수감자들의 감은 나날이 좋아지는군요.
아... 정말인가요? 저 그냥 앞으로 무턱대고 추측하는 말은 하지 말까 봐요.
확정사항이다. 뭐 3배나 되는 강적이 달려들 것이라고 하는 것보단 아군인 편이 낫지 않겠나.
합동 작전을 한다는 것인가? 상대는 누구지?
그 아직 합동 작전에 대한 그 좋지 않은 기억이 남아 있는데 말이지.
God fucking damn it! Oh. Yeah, it was. Our mission at Keg. You know what? Maybe I should just quit for the night. Yeah. Yeah, I think we're just gonna quit for the night, and I'm gonna redo this starting tomorrow. God damn it. Oh. That seems reasonable, doesn't it? Fuck's sake. I read all those lines. I made all those comments. We're not that far off from normal stream ending time anyway. I say not that far off. It's a whole 50 minutes, but still. Yeah, fuck it. Some of those scenes in this part get quite long too. Maybe a fresh head would do good. Yeah, it feels like a good place to stop on that extraordinarily interesting scene that ended the last intervallo. Okay. Oh wait, shit, it's a new week. I need to do my mirror dungeons. Ah, balls, I totally forgot about that. I forgot that the week turns over on Wednesday for this game. Alright, everybody. I'm gonna shut it down for the night. We shall be back tomorrow to properly start this conto. And, headache? No. Just, I fucked up and forgot that I to unmute myself when I came back, and I read all the fucked up the whole start of the thing. Acute case of bad brain. Yeah. Although I do have a headache. A little bit. It's less than it was when I started stream, at least. But tomorrow will be better because it is pizza day, and I will have properly hydrated myself. Ye need not worry. So I'll see you all tomorrow. Stream starting 7 p.m. Eastern as normal. Have a good night, everybody. Buttons, there they are.